Hello everyone. Tonight, I've prepared a special compilation of trucker tales, all gathered into one soothing episode for you to enjoy. Take a moment to like the video and subscribe. It really helps support the channel. Now, let's begin. The Turn That Never Came. From Marcus. The thing about driving 18-wheelers for 32 years is that you develop a sixth sense about the road. You feel every vibration through the steering wheel, hear every subtle change in the engine's rhythm, and know exactly how much space you need to make any maneuver. That's why what happened on Interstate 74 that foggy October night still haunts me, because everything I thought I knew about physics and momentum became meaningless in the span of 3 impossible seconds. I was hauling a full load of automotive parts from Detroit to Indianapolis, my Peterbilt 379 purring like a contented cat, despite the 43,000 pounds of cargo strapped down in the trailer behind me. The fog had rolled in thick around midnight, reducing visibility to maybe 50 feet on a good stretch, and I'd slowed from my usual 75 down to a cautious 45. The radio crackled with warnings from other drivers about the pea soup conditions, and more than a few mentioned they were pulling over until dawn broke the haze. But I had a delivery deadline, and the fog seemed to be thinning as I continued south. My headlights carved twin tunnels through the gray murk, illuminating the broken yellow lines that served as my only guide through the otherworldly landscape. The cab was warm and comfortable, the heater humming softly while condensation beaded on the windows. I'd lowered the radio to barely audible, letting the steady rumble of the diesel engine and the whisper of tires on wet asphalt create their own hypnotic lullaby. That's when I noticed the lights behind me. At first it was just a faint amber glow in my mirrors, barely visible through the fog. Another truck, probably, running with clearance lights on and keeping a safe distance. But as the minutes passed, the lights seemed to be gaining on me, growing brighter and more distinct. I could make out what looked like a standard trailer configuration, though the fog made it difficult to determine the exact size or color of the vehicle. The strange part was how steadily it approached. Most drivers in conditions like this would vary their speed, slowing down when the fog thickened and speeding up slightly during clearer patches. But this truck behind me maintained a perfectly consistent rate of closure, as if the driver could see through the fog as clearly as if it were daylight. I felt a small prickle of unease, the kind that comes from encountering something that doesn't quite fit the expected pattern of highway behavior. I pressed my CB radio button. Breaker 19, this is Freight Dog, eastbound on I-74. Got a driver coming up behind me in this soup. You copy? Static filled the cab for several seconds before I tried again. Sometimes the fog played havoc with radio signals, but usually not this badly. The lights in my mirror continued their steady approach, now close enough that I could make out the rectangular outline of a sleeper cab and what appeared to be standard running lights. Nothing unusual, except for that unnaturally smooth and persistent advance. The fog began to part slightly as I crested a long, gentle hill, and I could see perhaps 100 yards ahead. The highway curved to the right in a sweeping arc, the kind of turn that required a gradual reduction in speed even under ideal conditions. With a full load and wet roads, I would need to begin braking soon and drop down to maybe 30 miles per hour to safely navigate the curve. I glanced at my mirrors again. The truck behind me was now close enough that I could see the glow of its dashboard lights through the windshield, though I still couldn't make out the driver. Something about the cab configuration struck me as odd, almost old-fashioned, but the fog continued to obscure the details. What worried me more was the speed at which it continued to approach. If that driver didn't start reducing speed soon, we were both going to be in trouble on the upcoming curve. I applied my brakes gently, feeling the familiar resistance as the air system responded and the brake pads engaged. The speedometer needle dropped from 45 to 40, then to 35. The curve was perhaps a quarter mile ahead now, and I continued the gradual deceleration that would carry me safely around the bend. The truck behind me should have been reducing speed as well, following the natural rhythm of highway driving that every professional trucker learns within their first year on the road. But the lights in my mirrors didn't fall back. If anything, they seemed to be getting closer. I pressed the CB button again. Driver in the truck behind me on I-74 eastbound, you got a pretty tight curve coming up here. Might want to start backing it down a little. Still nothing but static responded. Though I thought I heard something else buried in the white noise, almost like the distant sound of an engine under full throttle. The curve was directly ahead now, and I had slowed to 30 miles per hour, exactly where I needed to be. My headlights swept across the guardrail as the highway began its long arc to the right, and I felt the familiar sensation of centrifugal force trying to push the truck toward the outside of the turn. Everything was proceeding normally, just another nighttime curve negotiated safely after hundreds of thousands of similar maneuvers over 3 decades of driving. That's when the truck behind me did something impossible. Instead of following the curve, as any vehicle bound by the laws of physics must do, the lights in my mirror suddenly pivoted 90 degrees to the left in a single fluid motion. Not the gradual turn of a vehicle following a curved road, but an instant, perfect rotation that defied every principle of momentum and inertia I had ever experienced. The headlights that had been pointing forward were now pointing directly at my trailer, illuminating the reflective strips along its side with an intensity that turned night briefly into day. I felt my blood turn to ice water as I processed what I had just witnessed. No truck carrying any significant load could change direction that abruptly, without rolling over, without the screech of tires and the grinding crash of metal against asphalt. No driver could maintain control through such a maneuver, and no cargo could remain secured during that kind of instantaneous direction change. Yet the lights behind me had rotated as smoothly as if they were mounted on a turntable, rather than attached to 40,000 pounds of truck and trailer. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I continued through the curve, trying to maintain my focus on the road ahead while stealing glances at the mirrors. The truck behind me had completed its impossible turn and was now running parallel to the highway, its lights clearly visible through the passenger side mirror. It maintained the same speed as before, matching my progress through the curve, but traveling in a straight line across what should have been empty Indiana farmland. The fog seemed to thicken around the other truck, creating a bubble of gray vapor that moved with it across the landscape. Within that moving cloud, I could see the faint outline of the cab and trailer, though the details remained frustratingly unclear. The proportions seemed somehow wrong, as if the trailer was too long or the cab too tall, but the poor visibility made it impossible to be certain. As I completed the curve and the highway straightened out again, I expected the mysterious truck to fall behind and disappear into the night. Instead, it began another of those impossible turns, rotating smoothly back toward the highway without any apparent deceleration or loss of control. The lights swung around like the beam of a lighthouse, and within moments the truck was once again directly behind me, maintaining the same steady approach as before. My mouth had gone completely dry and I could feel sweat beginning to bead on my forehead despite the cool temperature in the cab. 32 years of driving had exposed me to ice storms and tornadoes, to mechanical failures and road rage incidents, to every hazard that the highways could present. But nothing in my experience had prepared me for a vehicle that could ignore the fundamental laws of physics while pursuing me through the fog-shrouded darkness. I pushed the accelerator down, feeling the diesel engine respond with a deeper rumble as the speedometer climbed back toward 45 miles per hour. The truck behind me matched my acceleration perfectly, maintaining the same distance as if we were connected by an invisible cable. When I reduced speed again, it slowed as well, always keeping that precise interval that suggested an intelligence behind its movement rather than the reaction time of a human driver. Another curve appeared ahead, this one bending to the left, and I found myself holding my breath as I began the familiar process of deceleration and careful steering input. Once again, as the highway began its arc, the truck behind me simply rotated in place and continued in a straight line, its lights now visible through the driver's side mirror as it traveled across the dark countryside. The fog moved with it like a living thing, and in the brief moments when the vapor parted, I thought I glimpsed something that made my chest tighten with primal fear. The truck looked old, much older than anything that should have been on a modern interstate highway. The cab appeared to be from the 1950s or earlier, with a rounded hood and a windshield that reflected my headlights like empty eyes. But it was moving without the characteristic bounce and the rot that runs. From Jake Holloway. The smell hit me first, even before I saw the station's flickering neon sign cutting through the desert darkness. 23 years behind the wheel of my Peterbilt 379, and I'd never encountered anything quite like it. The odor seeped through my cab's ventilation system like something alive, something hungry. It wasn't the usual cocktail of diesel fumes and road dust that every trucker knows by heart. This was different. This was the sweet, cloying scent of things left too long in the sun, of meat gone bad, of flowers rotting in forgotten graves. My fuel gauge had been kissing empty for the last 30 miles, the red warning light casting an angry glow across my dashboard as I navigated the lonely stretch of Highway 93 between Wickenburg and Kingman. The Arizona desert stretched endlessly in all directions, a moonlit wasteland of sagebrush and scattered Joshua trees that looked like twisted sentinels in my headlights. I'd been pushing hard to make Phoenix by morning, carrying a load of electronics that had cost schedules and penalties written all over any delays, when that neon sign appeared like a beacon in the darkness, spelling out Desert Rose Fuel. In stuttering pink letters, I should have felt relief. Instead, something cold settled in my stomach as I downshifted and guided my rig toward the exit ramp. The station sat alone in a pool of sickly yellow light, isolated from the highway by a quarter-mile of cracked asphalt that seemed to absorb sound. No other vehicles anywhere in sight. Just my 18-wheeler groaning to a stop beside pumps that looked like they'd been installed sometime around the Carter administration. The silence that followed my engine's dying rumble felt unnatural. Out here in the desert, you expect to hear coyotes, the whisper of wind through dry brush, maybe the distant hum of traffic on the interstate. Instead, there was nothing but the tick of cooling metal and that persistent smell growing stronger with each breath. I rolled down my window and immediately regretted it. The odor wasn't just stronger outside my cab, it was layered, complex in ways that made my throat close up. Beneath the primary note of decay, I caught hints of something chemical, something processed, like the inside of a meatpacking plant mixed with the biology lab I'd hated in high school. The station's main building squatted low and wide, its windows reflecting my headlights in a way that made them look like watchful eyes. A hand-painted sign above the door read, 24-hour service, though I couldn't see anyone moving around inside. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting everything in an unsettling strobe that made shadows jump and dance. I grabbed my wallet and logbook from the sleeper compartment, noting how the smell seemed to cling to everything now, seeping into my clothes and hair like smoke. My boots crunched on gravel mixed with what looked like old bone fragments, though I told myself they were probably just bits of sun-bleached wood or plastic. The fuel pumps hummed with electrical current, their digital displays cycling through random numbers in a way that suggested they might not be entirely reliable. I selected diesel, inserted my credit card, and waited for the authorization. The screen flickered, went black, then displayed a message that made me blink twice to make sure I was reading it correctly. Special blend available at premium grade enhanced formula. I'd never seen a message like that before, but fuel was fuel and I needed to get back on the road. I pressed the yes button and lifted the nozzle, noting how unusually heavy it felt in my hands. The metal was warm to the touch despite the cool desert night, and it seemed to pulse with a rhythm that reminded me uncomfortably of a heartbeat. When I squeezed the handle, the liquid that flowed into my tank wasn't the clear amber of normal diesel. This fuel had a dark, oily consistency that seemed to move with purpose, and the smell that rose from my tank made me step back, covering my nose and mouth with my sleeve. It was then that I noticed the other trucks. They were parked behind the station, barely visible in the dying light from the fluorescents. A dozen or more big rigs arranged in neat rows, their chrome dulled by dust and time. Some looked like they'd been there for months, maybe years. Tumbleweeds had collected around their wheels, and their windshields were starred with cracks that caught the light like spiderwebs. But it was their fuel tanks that made me pause. Each one showed signs of corrosion around the filler caps, dark stains that had eaten through paint and metal like acid. The pump clicked off, indicating my tank was full, though I couldn't remember it taking nearly as long as usual. I replaced the nozzle and tried to remove my credit card, but the machine seemed reluctant to release it. When the card finally emerged, it felt different somehow, as if the magnetic strip had been altered or enhanced in some subtle way. The receipt that printed out was blank except for a single line of text. "Thank you for choosing enhanced fuel. Drive safely." I was walking back to my cab when the station door opened with a rusty squeal and a figure emerged from the building. He was tall and thin, wearing coveralls that might have been blue once, but had faded to the color of old bone. His face was largely hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, but I could see enough to know that something was wrong with his skin. It had a waxy, translucent quality that reminded me of candles left too long in the sun, and when he smiled, his teeth seemed too white, too sharp, too numerous. "Evening," he called out, his voice carrying clearly across the lot despite the fact that he wasn't speaking particularly loudly. "Hope you found everything you needed. That's a fine rig you're driving. She'll run real smooth now, real efficient. You'll be amazed at the mileage you get with our special blend." I nodded and climbed into my cab, suddenly eager to put distance between myself and this place. My engine turned over immediately, purring with a smoothness I'd never heard before. The RPMs held steady at idle, and when I pressed the accelerator, the response was instantaneous, almost eager. It was as if my truck had been injected with new life, though something about that thought made my skin crawl. As I pulled away from the Desert Rose station, I glanced in my mirrors and saw the attendant still standing in the yellow glow of the lights, that too-wide smile visible even at a distance. He raised one hand in a farewell gesture, and I could swear his fingers were longer than they should be, with too many joints. The first 50 miles passed without incident. My truck ran better than it had in years, the engine so quiet I could barely hear it over the whisper of wind and the soft hiss of tires on asphalt. The fuel gauge showed I was barely using any diesel at all, which should have pleased me, but instead filled me with a growing unease. I'd hauled enough loads to know that nothing in trucking came without a price, and fuel that ran this efficiently should have cost a fortune, not been offered as a free upgrade at a desert gas station. It was around 3 in the morning when I first noticed the changes. The smell from my exhaust had grown stronger, and when I glanced at my side mirrors, I could see dark smoke billowing from my stacks in quantities that suggested serious engine problems. But my gauges showed everything running perfectly. Temperature and oil pressure right where they should be. The smoke itself was wrong too, thicker than normal diesel exhaust and shot through with colors that had no business coming from any engine I'd ever known. That's when I caught the first glimpse in my peripheral vision, something moving alongside my truck just outside the reach of my headlights. At highway speeds, it should have been impossible for anything to keep pace with me, but whatever was out there matched my every acceleration and deceleration with an ease that defied physics. When I tried to look directly at it, there was nothing there, just empty desert and star-filled sky. But the moment I focused on the road ahead, I could sense it again, pacing me like a predator stalking prey. The fuel that had seemed like such a blessing was changing my truck into something else, something that attracted things from the darkness. I could feel them gathering, drawn by the scent of that special blend burning in my engine. They followed in my wake, feeding on the exhaust fumes that carried the essence of decay into the night air. My CB radio crackled with static, and buried in the white noise, I could swear I heard voices, whispering in languages that predated human speech. I pressed harder on the accelerator, pushing my rig to speeds that should have been dangerous on these winding desert roads. Behind me, The things that followed grew bolder, closer, their presence so thick I could taste their hunger in the recycled air of my cab. My fuel gauge still showed 3/4 full, despite the hours I had been driving and the pace I was maintaining. That special blend wasn't just efficient. The night frequency from Marcus Chen. The CB radio crackled to life as I adjusted the tuning knob, searching for something other than the usual trucker chatter that filled the lonesome hours between Memphis and Little Rock. My Peterbilt's diesel engine hummed its familiar lullaby beneath me, the rhythmic thrum of 18 wheels on asphalt, keeping time with the windshield wipers that swept away the Arkansas drizzle. It was past 2 in the morning, and the highway stretched endlessly ahead through rolling hills shrouded in mist, broken only by the occasional shimmer of distant headlights that appeared and vanished like fireflies in the darkness. I'd been driving long haul for 15 years, carrying everything from furniture to electronics across the country's veins of interstate, and the radio had always been my companion through the worst of the loneliness. Tonight felt different, though. The usual channels seemed quieter than normal, filled with more static than voices, and when I did catch fragments of conversation, they faded quickly, as if the speakers were driving away from me at impossible speeds. That's when I found the frequency that would change everything. It came through, clear as mountain spring water, cutting through the white noise like a knife through silk. A weatherman's voice, professional and measured, delivering what sounded like a standard forecast for the region. I settled back into my worn leather seat, grateful for the familiar comfort of human speech. But as I listened more closely, something began to feel wrong about what he was saying. Tomorrow's outlook for Marcus Chen shows heavy precipitation beginning around 6:47 in the morning, the voice continued with that trademark meteorologist cadence, with visibility dropping to near zero shortly thereafter. Temperatures will fall rapidly, and we're expecting significant impact to all outdoor activities, particularly those involving travel. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The name had been spoken so casually, woven seamlessly into the forecast like it belonged there, but Marcus Chen wasn't exactly a common name, and the odds of another one being in the listening area seemed impossibly slim. I reached for the CB handset, thumb hovering over the talk button, but something held me back. The rational part of my mind insisted I'd misheard, that the late hour and endless miles were playing tricks on my tired brain. Current conditions for our subject show clear skies overhead, the weatherman continued, and I found myself involuntarily glancing up through the windshield at the overcast night. But storm systems are moving in from multiple directions. We're tracking several areas of concern that will converge near the target location within the next few hours. The word subject sent a chill crawling up my spine like cold fingers. Weather forecasts didn't usually refer to people as subjects, and the clinical detachment in the man's voice carried an undertone that made my skin crawl. I fumbled for the radio dial, trying to find the exact frequency number, but the display showed nothing but static hash marks, as if the signal existed somewhere between the normal channels. For Marcus Chen specifically, the voice returned, stronger now. We're predicting a high-pressure system to build around mile marker 238, where visibility conditions will deteriorate rapidly. Travelers in that area should expect sudden weather changes that may result in complete disorientation and loss of navigational ability. I nearly stood on the brakes. Mile marker 238 was less than 15 miles ahead, and I'd driven this route enough times to know it cut through a particularly desolate stretch of pine forest where cell phone service disappeared, and the distance between truck stops stretched like a yawning chasm. My mouth went dry as I tried to convince myself this was some kind of elaborate prank. Maybe one of the other drivers who knew my route playing games over the radio, but the voice carried no hint of humor or human warmth. Atmospheric pressure continues to drop in the target zone, the forecast continued with relentless precision, and we're now showing a 97% probability of severe weather events beginning at approximately 3:15 a.m. Motorists in affected areas should seek immediate shelter, though traditional protective measures may prove inadequate given the unique nature of this particular storm system. I glanced at my dashboard clock, 3:08. The green digital numbers seemed to pulse with malevolent life, counting down toward whatever the radio voice had predicted. My CB crackled with an attempted transmission from another trucker, but the mysterious weather station overpowered it, the meteorologist's voice growing stronger and more insistent. "Current position shows our subject maintaining course toward the convergence point," he announced, as if he could see me from some impossible vantage point high above the Arkansas hills. "Speed is steady at 62 miles per hour, following the recommended travel lane, with no deviation from the predicted path. Weather conditions remain stable for approximately 4 more minutes." The specificity of his information made my blood run cold. I looked down at my speedometer and felt the world tilt sideways. The needle pointed exactly at 62, and I'd been unconsciously maintaining that speed for the past several miles. I pressed harder on the accelerator, watching the needle climb to 70, then 75, as if speed alone could outrun whatever was coming. "We're now detecting acceleration in the target vehicle," the voice reported with the same calm professionalism. "But this will not significantly alter the timeline of approaching weather phenomena. Drivers should be aware that current atmospheric conditions make evasive maneuvers inadvisable, as rapid changes in direction may trigger premature onset of the predicted storm system." I could see mile marker 238 approaching in my headlights, the reflective numbers glowing like eyes in the darkness. The forest pressed close on both sides of the highway, ancient pines towering into the misty night like cathedral pillars. There were no other vehicles visible in either direction, no lights from distant houses or businesses, nothing but the endless ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the gloom ahead. "Conditions are now optimal for weather event initiation," the radio announced, and I swear I could hear something like anticipation creeping into that clinical voice. "Marcus Chen should prepare for immediate implementation of forecasted phenomena. This will be our final update for the current observation period." As I passed the mile marker, the world around me began to change in ways that defied everything I thought I knew about weather, about physics, about reality itself. The mist that had been clinging to the treetops descended like a living thing, pouring across the highway in waves that moved against the wind. My headlights, which moments before had cut clearly through the darkness, suddenly seemed to bend and scatter, the beams twisting into impossible angles that hurt to look at directly. The temperature gauge on my dashboard began climbing rapidly, even as I could see my breath misting in the suddenly frigid air of the cab. Outside, the rain that had been falling gently for hours transformed into something else entirely. Not quite water, not quite ice, but droplets that seemed to fall upward as often as down, creating patterns on my windshield that looked almost like letters in some unknown alphabet. My radio crackled once more, but now the voice sounded distant, as if broadcasting from somewhere far beyond the normal spectrum of human communication. "Weather event successfully initiated," it reported with satisfaction. "Observation period entering final phase. Thank you for your participation in tonight's forecast, Marcus Chen." I slammed on the brakes and yanked the wheel hard to the right, sending my rig into a controlled slide toward the shoulder of the highway. Behind me, in the mirrors, I could see the impossible storm I'd just escaped. A wall of twisted weather that stretched across all lanes of the interstate, spinning and churning like a tornado laid on its side. Lightning flashed within it, but the bolts moved in slow motion, tracing geometric patterns that burned themselves into my retinas. For 20 minutes I sat on the shoulder with my engine idling, watching that supernatural tempest rage exactly where I would have been if I'd maintained my course. Gradually, slowly, it began to dissipate, the unnatural mist rising back into the sky and the twisted rain returning to normal droplets that fell in predictable downward arcs. When I finally worked up the courage to continue driving, I kept my radio tuned to that mysterious frequency for the rest of the night, but heard nothing except the usual static between stations. By dawn, I had almost convinced myself the whole thing had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination, the product of too many years on the road and too little sleep. But 3 weeks later, as I was making the same run through Arkansas, my CB picked up that familiar voice again, crisp and professional as ever. This time, he was giving a detailed forecast for someone named Jennifer Walsh, predicting severe weather conditions near mile marker 147, scheduled to begin at exactly 4:22 a.m. I grabbed my CB handset and tried every frequency I could find, warning any Jennifer Walsh who might be listening, but my transmissions seemed to disappear into the static-filled night. The mysterious weatherman continued his precise predictions, describing atmospheric conditions that would converge around his subject with the same clinical detachment he'd used for me. I drive those Arkansas highways with my radio constantly scanning, listening for that. The Rhythm of the Lost, from Marcus Thompson. The CB radio had been crackling with chatter about the old logging road shortcut through the Cascade foothills, how it could shave 2 hours off my Portland run if I was willing to risk the narrow switchbacks in my Peterbilt. After 18 years behind the wheel, I figured I'd seen worse roads than whatever these mountains could throw at me. The late October rain drummed against my windshield in a steady rhythm as I made the turn onto the unmarked Forest Service road, my headlights cutting through the darkness between towering Douglas firs that seemed to lean inward like they were listening to secrets. The road wound deeper into the wilderness than I'd expected, climbing through dense stands of old-growth timber that blocked out even the faintest hint of starlight. My engine hummed its familiar diesel lullaby as we climbed, the sound echoing off the canyon walls that pressed closer with each mile. The heater kept the cab warm against the mountain chill, but something about this place made me pull my jacket tighter anyway. There's a particular kind of silence that exists in these ancient forests, the kind that makes you aware of just how far you are from civilization, how small your truck headlights seem against the vast darkness that surrounds you. It was past midnight when I first spotted the cabin lights flickering through the trees ahead, warm yellow squares that seemed to beckon through the rain and mist. The sight brought a surprising sense of relief. Even though I wasn't lost, there's something comforting about signs of human habitation when you're miles from the nearest town. As I rounded the next bend, the cabin came into full view. A modest log structure set back maybe 50 yards from the road. Smoke drifted from its stone chimney, and those lights continued their gentle flickering, probably from a wood fire casting shadows on the windows. I was about to shift into a higher gear and continue on when something caught my attention. The light wasn't flickering randomly like flames would cause, but in a distinct pattern. 3 quick flashes, then 3 long ones, then 3 quick flashes again. Even a trucker who'd never served in the military knew that rhythm. SOS. Someone was signaling for help. I pulled the Peterbilt onto the wide shoulder and let it idle, studying the cabin through my windshield wipers. The SOS pattern continued, steady and deliberate, coming from what looked like the front window. No other lights were visible in the surrounding forest, no other buildings or signs of habitation. Just this one small cabin with someone inside desperately trying to get attention from the logging road. The decision felt automatic. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight and rain slicker, radiated my dispatcher that I was making an emergency stop, and climbed down into the cold mountain air. The sound of rain on the forest canopy created a constant whisper above my head as I made my way up the gravel driveway toward the cabin. The SOS signal continued from the window, and now I could see it was definitely intentional, someone turning a lamp on and off with mechanical precision. As I got closer, I could make out more details about the structure. It was older than I'd first thought, with hand-hewn logs that had weathered to a silver-gray color. A covered porch wrapped around the front, and I could smell wood smoke mixed with something else, something like pine sap and damp earth. The rhythm of the light signal remained constant, never varying, never stopping. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, over and over. I climbed the wooden steps to the porch, noting how they didn't creak under my weight despite their obvious age. The front door was painted a deep green that looked black in the darkness, with a brass knocker shaped like a pine cone. Before I could knock, I heard something that made me pause with my hand raised. Footsteps. Slow, measured footsteps moving across what sounded like wooden floors inside the cabin. The footsteps had the same rhythm as the light signal. 3 quick steps, pause, 3 slow steps, pause, 3 quick steps. Then they would start over, tracing what seemed to be the same path back and forth across the room. I stood there on the porch, rain dripping from my slicker, listening to this bizarre synchronization of light and sound that continued with mechanical precision. I knocked firmly on the door, calling out that I was a truck driver who'd seen their signal and was here to help. The footsteps stopped immediately, and so did the light signal. For a moment, the only sounds were the rain on the porch roof and the distant idle of my truck engine. Then a voice answered from inside, muffled by the heavy door, but clearly distressed. "Please," the voice said, and I couldn't tell if it was male or female, young or old. "Please, I can't stop. I have to keep the rhythm going. If I stop, they'll know I'm not following the pattern anymore." The words sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the mountain air. I tried the door handle and found it unlocked, so I pushed it open slowly and stepped into the warmth of the cabin interior. A fire crackled in a stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows on log walls lined with old photographs and hunting trophies. A single table lamp stood next to the front window, its cord running to where a figure sat hunched in an armchair. The person looked up at me with hollow, exhausted eyes. It was a woman, maybe in her 50s, with graying hair pulled back, and hands that shook as she reached for the lamp switch. "I have to keep the pattern going," she said, and immediately resumed the SOS signal with the lamp. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. "If I stop, they'll hear the difference." As if responding to her words, footsteps resumed from somewhere else in the cabin. Not her footsteps, she was sitting right there, operating the lamp. These came from upstairs, slow and deliberate, matching the light pattern exactly. 3 quick steps, pause, 3 slow steps, pause, 3 quick steps. "How long have you been doing this?" I asked, moving closer but keeping my voice low, somehow sensing that speaking too loudly might disturb whatever delicate balance was being maintained here. 3 days, she whispered, never taking her eyes off the lamp switch. "Maybe 4. I was driving back from visiting my sister in Seattle when my car broke down on the logging road. I walked until I found this place and the door was open, like someone was expecting me. There was a note on the table that said to maintain the light pattern and match the footsteps, no matter what, that if the rhythm ever stopped, they would come downstairs." The footsteps above us continued their measured pace, back and forth across what must be the length of the upstairs room. Now that I was inside, I could hear other details. The slight groan of old floorboards, the whisper of something being dragged across the floor with each step, and underneath it all a sound like breathing that didn't quite match human lungs. "Who were they?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. She shook her head, still maintaining the light signal with mechanical precision. "I don't know. I've never seen them. But sometimes, when I almost miss the timing, the footsteps stop and I can hear them at the top of the stairs. Waiting, listening, making sure I get back on rhythm before they decide whether to come down." The fire in the fireplace flickered lower, and in the dimmer light, I noticed things about the cabin that seemed wrong. The photographs on the walls all showed the same scene. Groups of people standing in front of this same cabin. But the photos spanned decades, maybe longer. The clothing styles changed, but the poses were identical. And everyone in every photo had the same hollow, exhausted expression the woman wore now. Above us, the footsteps continued their relentless pattern, and I realized I could hear more than one set now, multiple pairs of feet moving in perfect synchronization, all maintaining that same 3 short, 3 long, 3 short rhythm that echoed in the lamp flashes below. "We need to get you out of here," I whispered, but she shook her head frantically. I tried to leave the first day, made it as far as the porch before the footsteps stopped, and I heard them at the top of the stairs. Something came down just far enough that I could see its shadow on the wall, and I understood that the pattern wasn't just a signal, it was a barrier. As long as I kept the rhythm, I was safe. The moment I stopped, she trailed off, but her meaning was clear. The wind picked up outside, causing the cabin to creak and settle around us. In that moment of structural noise, I heard something else from upstairs. Voices, or what might have been voices, humming in harmony with the footstep rhythm. The sound was almost hypnotic, and I found myself beginning to sway slightly to the beat. That's when I knew we were running out of time. Whatever lived in the upper floor of this cabin was designed to draw people in, to trap. The names the gears remember. From Marcus Chen. I've been driving the same Kenworth W900 for 17 years now, hauling freight across the Midwest corridor, and in all that time I thought I knew every sound my old girl could make. The diesel's steady rumble when she's purring content, the pneumatic wheeze when the air brakes engage, the subtle ping of metal cooling after a long haul. But it wasn't until last October, during a run from Chicago to Des Moines, that I discovered my truck had been keeping secrets from me all along. The evening started ordinary enough, with me pulling out of the yard just as the sun was setting behind a wall of gray clouds that promised rain before midnight. The load was standard dry goods, nothing special, bound for a distribution center on the outskirts of Des Moines. I'd made this run hundreds of times before, knew every truck stop, every way station, every place where the state troopers like to sit with their radar guns. The familiar weight of the trailer behind me felt reassuring as I merged onto Interstate 80, the engine settling into its comfortable cruise rhythm. About 2 hours into the drive, just past the Quad Cities, the first drops of rain began speckling my windshield, and I reached for the CB radio to check in with other drivers about road conditions ahead. That's when Eddie Kowalski's voice crackled through the speaker, his distinctive Chicago accent unmistakable even through the static. Eddie and I had been running similar routes for years, often passing each other on the highway or sharing coffee at the same truck stops. He was maybe 20 miles ahead of me, warning about a construction zone that was backing up traffic near Iowa City. I keyed the microphone to respond, and that's when it happened the first time. As I started to say Eddie's name, the gear shift beside me gave a violent shudder, a tremor so pronounced that I could feel it through the floorboard. I thought maybe I'd hit some rough pavement or caught a crosswind, but the steering wheel remained steady in my hands, and the engine note never changed. The shudder seemed to originate from the transmission itself, as if something deep in the mechanical heart of the truck had reacted to the sound of that name. I dismissed it as coincidence, maybe a minor mechanical hiccup that would sort itself out, and continued my conversation with Eddie without giving it much more thought. The rain was picking up now, drumming steadily against the cab roof and turning the highway into a river of reflected headlights and taillights stretching endlessly ahead and behind. The wipers swept back and forth in their hypnotic rhythm, and I settled deeper into my seat, letting muscle memory guide me through the familiar motions of long-haul driving. It was another hour before I had occasion to use someone's name again over the radio. This time it was Sarah Martinez, a driver I'd known for about 5 years, calling out a warning about deer activity near the Grinnell exit. When I keyed up to thank her, speaking her name into the microphone, the gear shift shuddered again, more violently this time. The entire shift knob seemed to vibrate with an energy that felt almost organic, like something alive trapped beneath the chrome and plastic. Now I was paying attention. I pulled my right hand away from the gear shift and stared at it in the dim glow of the dashboard lights, watching for any sign of movement. The truck continued rolling smoothly down the interstate, the rain now coming in sheets that made the world beyond my windshield blur into abstract patterns of light and shadow. But the gear shift remained perfectly still, showing no sign of the disturbance I'd just felt. Over the next 50 miles I began experimenting, though I told myself I was just being thorough, just trying to isolate the source of what had to be a mechanical problem. When I spoke generally over the CB, discussing weather conditions or traffic reports, without mentioning anyone by name, the gear shift remained perfectly normal. But every time I used a specific name, whether addressing another driver directly or just mentioning someone in passing conversation, that violent shudder would run through the shift mechanism like an electric shock. The pattern was consistent and undeniable. When I mentioned Big Jim Torres, who ran the overnight shift out of the Davenport terminal, the gear shift convulsed so hard I thought it might break loose from its mounting. When I asked after Diane Walsh, a driver who'd been off the road for a few weeks with a back injury, the tremor was gentler, but still unmistakable. Each name seemed to trigger a different intensity of response, as if whatever was causing the phenomenon had varying degrees of familiarity with the people I mentioned. By the time I reached the outskirts of Iowa City, the rain had intensified into a full storm, with lightning flickering in the distance and thunder rolling across the flat prairie landscape. The construction zone Eddie had warned me about was indeed backing up traffic, and I found myself crawling along at 15 miles per hour, surrounded by a convoy of other trucks whose drivers were no doubt as eager as I was to get through the bottleneck and back up to highway speed. It was during this slow crawl through the construction zone that I made a discovery that chilled me more than the October night air seeping through the cab's weather stripping. I had been idly cycling through the CB channels, listening to the usual chatter of drivers complaining about the delay, when I heard a name that made my blood freeze. The voice was unfamiliar, belonging to a driver I'd never met, but the name he mentioned was Tommy Breslin, a driver who had died in a jackknife accident on this very stretch of interstate 3 years earlier. Without thinking, I repeated the name, asking the other driver for clarification, and the gearshift's response was unlike anything I'd experienced so far. Instead of the violent shudder I'd grown accustomed to, the shift knob became ice cold beneath my palm, so cold that I jerked my hand away with a gasp. Frost began forming on the chrome surface, spreading outward in delicate crystalline patterns that caught and refracted the dashboard lights like tiny prisms. The temperature inside the cab seemed to drop 20 degrees in as many seconds. My breath began misting in the suddenly frigid air, and I reached for the heater controls, but they were already turned to their maximum setting. The cold was radiating outward from the gear shift like water from a stone thrown into a still pond, and I realized with growing horror that my truck was responding not just to the names of living drivers, but to the names of the dead. Over the next hour, as I finally cleared the construction zone and continued west through the storm, I found myself compulsively testing this terrible new knowledge. Each time I spoke the name of a driver I knew had passed away, the gear shift would turn frigid, sometimes forming frost, sometimes developing a thin skin of ice that would persist for several minutes before gradually melting away. Living drivers still triggered the violent shudders, but the dead brought this supernatural cold that seemed to reach into the very heart of the truck's mechanical systems. The implications of what I was discovering began to sink in as I approached my destination. For 17 years, I had been driving this truck across thousands of miles of American highways, speaking countless names into the CB radio, and somehow, through some mechanism I couldn't begin to understand, the truck had been listening. It had been cataloging every name, every voice, every driver I'd encountered along the way, filing them away in some impossible mechanical memory that could distinguish between the living and the dead. As I pulled into the distribution center outside Des Moines, the rain still pounding against the cab and the gear shift finally returning to normal temperature, I found myself wondering about all the other trucks out there on the highways, all the other drivers who might be experiencing similar phenomena without understanding what they meant. how many mechanical quirks and unexplained behaviors that we attributed to normal wear and tear might actually be something far stranger. I completed my delivery and began the return trip toward Chicago, but the unease that had settled over me during that storm-soaked drive refused to lift. Every time I reached for the gear shift, I could feel the potential energy stored within it, waiting to respond to the next name I might speak. The truck seemed different now, less like a machine and more like something that had developed its own form of consciousness, its own way of remembering the drivers who shared these endless highways. Even now, months later, I continue to drive the same route in the same truck, but I'm more careful about the names I speak aloud. Some knowledge once gained cannot be forgotten, and some mysteries are better left unexplored. But late at night, when the CB radio crackles with the voices of drivers I've never met, sharing names of colleagues both living and dead, I keep my hand carefully away from the gear shift and wonder what other secrets the highways might be keeping, what other memories our trucks might be quietly collecting as we roll through the darkness, mile after endless mile. The Reaching Road. From Marcus. The Interstate 84 stretch between Boise and Portland has always been my bread and butter, a familiar ribbon of asphalt that I've traced countless times in my Peterbilt 379. 23 years behind the wheel, and I thought I knew every mile marker, every rest stop, every pothole that could jar my spine or rattle my cargo. The highway holds secrets, though, secrets that reveal themselves only in the deepest hours of night, when the regular traffic has surrendered to sleep, and only we ghosts of the road remain. It was approaching 3 in the morning when I noticed the first signs that something wasn't quite right. The weather had been cooperating beautifully for most of the journey, clear skies and dry pavement making for an easy haul of electronics bound for Seattle. My CB had been chattering sporadically with the usual late-night conversations between drivers, stories of roadside diners and complaints about dispatch, but gradually the voices faded until only static whispered through the speaker. The silence didn't bother me at first. Sometimes the loneliness of the road is exactly what a man needs, especially after the kind of week I'd been having, with Sarah threatening divorce papers and the bank calling about the house payment. The rain started as a gentle mist that caught my headlights like scattered diamonds, but within minutes, it had transformed into a steady downpour that drummed against my windshield with increasing intensity. I adjusted my wipers to their fastest setting and eased off the accelerator slightly, knowing from experience that this particular stretch of highway could become treacherous when wet. The pavement here was older than most, patched and repatched over decades of harsh winters and heavy truck traffic, creating a surface that resembled a patchwork quilt of varying textures and colors. That's when I saw it, or rather, when I felt it first, a pothole that seemed to appear out of nowhere in my lane, deep enough that hitting it sent a shudder through my entire rig and caused my coffee cup to leap from its holder and splash across the passenger seat. I cursed under my breath and glanced in my mirrors, making sure the sudden jolt hadn't affected my trailer or the precious cargo inside. Everything seemed secure, but something about that particular pothole nagged at me as I continued down the highway. Maybe it was the way my headlights had illuminated it for just a moment before impact, or perhaps it was simply the unusual depth of the crater, but I found myself thinking about it more than any reasonable person should think about a simple road hazard. In my peripheral vision, I could swear I had seen something pale at the bottom of that hole, something that didn't belong in a collection of broken asphalt and rainwater. The rational part of my mind dismissed it immediately as a trick of light and shadow, a piece of trash or debris that had collected in the depression. The next pothole appeared about 2 miles down the road, positioned almost perfectly in the center of my lane, as if it had been waiting for me specifically. This time I was ready for it and managed to swerve slightly, but not enough to avoid it entirely. The impact was even more jarring than the first, and as my truck bounced through the crater, my headlights swept across its interior for a longer moment. What I saw there made me ease up on the accelerator and lean forward against my steering wheel, straining to process what my eyes were reporting to my increasingly anxious brain. There had definitely been something in that pothole, something that moved slightly as my lights passed over it, something pale and elongated that seemed to flex and curl like fingers grasping at the air. I told myself it was probably just a piece of rubber from a blown tire, twisted by rain and wind into a shape that resembled something more organic. Truck tires shed debris all the time, and the strips of rubber could indeed look disturbingly finger-like under the right conditions. But deep in my gut, where instinct lives and logic fears to tread, I knew I was lying to myself. The third pothole was waiting for me around the next gentle curve, and this time there was no mistaking what I saw. As my headlights illuminated the crater, a pale human hand thrust upward from the bottom, fingers splayed wide as if reaching desperately for help. The hand was there for only a second before my truck passed over it. But the image burned itself into my retinas with the permanence of a lightning strike. I felt the familiar bump and shudder as my wheels found the crater, but this time there was something else, a softer impact that sent a chill racing down my spine and caused every hair on my arms to stand at attention. I grabbed my CB microphone with shaking hands and pressed the talk button, desperate to hear another human voice, to ground myself in the familiar camaraderie of the trucking community. Breaker 19, this is Big Marcus, eastbound on 84. Anybody out there got their ears on? My voice cracked slightly as it echoed back through the speaker, but no response came through the static. I tried again, adjusting the squelch and checking the channel, but the radio remained stubbornly silent except for the soft hiss of empty airwaves. The rain was falling harder now, creating a steady percussion against my roof and reducing visibility to perhaps 50 yards ahead. My wipers struggled against the deluge, creating brief moments of clarity separated by sheets of water that turned my windshield opaque. It was during one of these clear moments that I saw them stretching ahead of me like a constellation of craters. Dozens of potholes scattered across both lanes of the highway. Each one seemed to pulse with its own pale light, a sickly luminescence that had nothing to do with my headlights or any natural phenomenon I could name. As I approached the first in this new series of holes, I could see them clearly now, hands reaching up from the depths of each crater. Some were small and delicate like a child's. Others were gnarled and weathered like those of elderly farmers. A few bore the calluses and scars of manual labor, while others seemed soft and unmarked by worldly concerns. They all shared one terrifying characteristic, though. They were all moving, grasping and clawing at the air above them with desperate urgency. I had no choice but to drive through them. There was nowhere to stop on this stretch of highway and no exit ramp for miles ahead. Each impact sent vibrations through my truck and seemed to last just a fraction too long, as if those reaching hands were attempting to grab hold of my axles or tear at my tires. The sound began to change too, evolving from the simple thump of rubber hitting broken pavement to something that resembled soft slapping, like palms striking against the underside of my trailer. My speedometer read 65, but it felt like I was crawling through some nightmare landscape where the very road itself had come alive with grasping appendages. The hand seemed to track my movement now, turning and reaching toward my truck as I approached each pothole. Some of them managed to extend far enough above the surface to actually touch my bumper or running boards, leaving wet palm prints that glowed briefly in my mirrors before fading back into the darkness. The CB suddenly crackled to life, startling me so badly that I nearly swerved into the median. A voice, distorted by static and distance, whispered through the speaker, "They're trying to get out, driver. They've been down there so long, buried under all that asphalt and progress. Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving me alone again with only the rain and the increasingly frantic sounds coming from beneath my truck. I pressed harder on the accelerator, pushing my speed up to 75 and then 80, desperate to outrun whatever force had turned this familiar stretch of highway into something from my darkest dreams. The hands began reaching higher as my speed increased, some of them managing to rise completely above the surface of the road. I could see arms now, too, emerging from the depths of the larger potholes, covered in dirt and asphalt fragments, but undeniably human in their desperate reaching. The exit ramp for the Deadwood Pass truck stop appeared in my headlights like a beacon of salvation, and I took it without slowing down nearly as much as I should have. My trailer swayed dangerously as I navigated the curve, but I managed to keep everything upright and rolling toward the blessed normalcy of the truck stop's parking lot. As soon as my wheels left the highway proper, the sounds stopped, and the oppressive weight that had been pressing down on my chest since the first pothole finally lifted. I parked under the bright fluorescent lights near the main building and sat there for several minutes, letting my heart rate return to something approaching normal, while rain continued to drum against my roof. When I finally worked up the courage to perform my mandatory post-trip inspection, I found my truck completely undamaged despite everything I had experienced. No scratches on the paint, no dents in the bumper, no sign that anything unusual had occurred during my journey. But there were handprints, dozens of them covering every accessible surface of my truck and trailer. Wet palm prints that hadn't been there when I left. The Phantom Rest. From Marcus Holloway. The stretch of Highway 62 between Barstow and 29 Palms has always been unforgiving, especially during those deep desert nights when the moon hides behind clouds and the only light comes from your headlights cutting through the darkness. I've been running freight through the Mojave for nearly 15 years now, hauling everything from construction equipment to electronics across this endless expanse of sand and scrub brush. My 2018 Peterbilt 579 has become more than just a truck to me over all these miles. It's my home, my office, and sometimes my sanctuary when the world gets too heavy to bear. That particular November night started like any other, with me pulling into the Desert Rose truck stop just as the sun was painting the horizon in shades of amber and rust. The place wasn't much to look at, just a handful of diesel pumps, a small convenience store with flickering neon signs advertising hot coffee and cold beer, and enough parking spaces for maybe 20 rigs. But it was clean, quiet, and the showers were always hot, which made it a regular stop on my route between Los Angeles and Albuquerque. As I backed my trailer into a spot near the edge of the lot, away from the main cluster of trucks, I noticed something that made me pause. There, curled up beneath the chassis of an old Freightliner Classic about 3 spaces over, was a medium-sized dog. Even in the fading light, I could make out its thick coat and the peaceful rise and fall of its breathing. It looked like some kind of shepherd mix, maybe German shepherd and something else, with markings that seemed to shift between brown and black in the uncertain light. The sight tugged at something in my chest. I've always had a soft spot for strays, probably because I know what it's like to be far from home with nowhere particular to belong. After setting my air brakes and shutting down the engine, I grabbed a leftover sandwich from my cooler and walked over to where the dog lay sleeping. The evening air carried that distinctive desert scent of sage and dust, mixed with the lingering diesel fumes that seemed to permeate every truck stop from coast to coast. The dog didn't stir as I approached, which struck me as unusual since most strays are hypervigilant, ready to bolt at the first sign of human contact. This one seemed different, almost serene in its slumber. I placed the sandwich about 4 feet away from its resting spot, close enough that it would catch the scent when it woke, but far enough away that I wouldn't be seen as a threat. The dog was beautiful, I realized as I studied it more closely. Its coat was thick and well-groomed, definitely not the matted, dirty fur you'd expect from a dog living rough in the desert. Inside the truck stop, I chatted with Dolores, the night clerk who'd been working this stretch of nowhere for longer than anyone could remember. Her weathered face and knowing eyes had seen every kind of trucker, from the fresh-faced kids running their first loads to the old-timers who'd been rolling since the CB radio was cutting-edge technology. When I mentioned the dog outside, her expression shifted in a way that made the fluorescent lights above us seem suddenly harsh and unforgiving. She poured my coffee with hands that seemed steadier than her voice when she finally spoke. According to Dolores, there had been a dog fitting that exact description hanging around the truck stop for the better part of 3 months. Drivers would spot it sleeping under various rigs, always peaceful, always undisturbed by the constant rumble of diesel engines and the hiss of air brakes. Several truckers had tried to approach it with food or water, but the animal had a peculiar habit that left everyone scratching their heads and checking their rearview mirrors a little more often than usual. The dog would be there when drivers parked for the night, curled up and sleeping soundly under trucks or beside trailers, looking for all the world like it belonged to someone. But come morning, when those same drivers headed out to perform their pre-trip inspections, the animal would be nowhere to be found. Not running away, not relocating to another spot in the lot, just gone, as if it had never been there at all. Some of the more superstitious drivers had started calling it the Phantom Rest, a guardian spirit watching over truckers in the lonely hours of the desert night. The rational part of my mind dismissed the stories as truck stop folklore, the kind of tales that grow taller with each telling as they're passed from driver to driver across the CB waves. But something in Dolores's tone suggested she'd seen enough unexplained things in her years behind that counter to take the mystery seriously. She mentioned that a few drivers had reported strange dreams on nights when they'd spotted the dog, vivid experiences of being guided away from accidents or mechanical failures that seemed too detailed and specific to be mere coincidence. I finished my coffee and grabbed a hot dog from the roller grill, more out of habit than hunger, before heading back to my truck as full darkness settled over the desert. The temperature had dropped considerably, as it always does in the high desert once the sun disappears, and I was grateful for my insulated jacket as I walked across the lot. The dog was exactly where I'd left it, still sleeping peacefully beneath the Freightliner, though I noticed my sandwich remained untouched nearby. Something about the scene felt different now, though I couldn't put my finger on exactly what had changed. The dog's position was identical, its breathing still steady and deep, but there was a quality to the air around it that seemed charged with an energy I couldn't identify. The sodium vapor lights that illuminated the truck stop cast everything in an amber glow that made shadows dance and shift in ways that played tricks on your peripheral vision. I settled into my sleeper cab and went through my usual routine of checking messages, updating my logbook, and preparing for the mandatory 10-hour rest period that would reset my drive time for the next day. The familiar sounds of the truck stop created a backdrop of white noise. Engine heaters cycling on and off, the distant rumble of trucks pulling in and out of the lot, and the occasional burst of conversation from drivers swapping stories or conducting business over their radio. But as the night deepened and the truck stop grew quieter, I found my attention drawn repeatedly to the dog outside. From my bunk, I had a perfect view of the Freightliner, where it lay sleeping, and something compelled me to check on it every few minutes. Each time I looked, the animal appeared exactly the same, peaceful and undisturbed, as if the chaos and noise of the truck stop existed in a different world entirely. Around 2 in the morning, when the desert reaches its deepest quiet, and even the most dedicated night owls among the driving community have settled in for rest, I was awakened by a sound I couldn't immediately identify. It wasn't the usual truck stop symphony of diesel engines and air compressors, but something more subtle, almost musical in its cadence. I slipped out of my bunk and peered through the window toward the Freightliner, expecting to see the dog stirring, or perhaps finally investigating the sandwich I'd left. The dog was still there, but its position had changed in a way that made my blood run cold. Instead of lying curled up in peaceful sleep, it was sitting upright, perfectly still, facing directly toward my truck. Even across the distance, and through the amber light of the parking lot, I could see its eyes reflecting the glow from the sodium vapor lamps, 2 points of light that seemed to hold an intelligence far beyond what you'd expect from any ordinary animal. We stared at each other across that expanse of asphalt for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. The dog never moved, never blinked, just maintained that steady, knowing gaze that seemed to see right through the windshield and into something deeper than the sleeper cab where I sat watching. There was no aggression in its posture, no threat implied, but there was definitely a communication happening that transcended the normal boundaries between human and animal. One example, then without any transition or movement that I could detect, the dog was gone. Not running away, not walking to another location, simply absent from a spot where it had been sitting moments before. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, certain that fatigue or the strange lighting had played a trick on my vision. But the space beneath the Freightliner was empty except for shadows and the sandwich that still lay untouched on the asphalt. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, alternating between staring out the window and trying to convince myself that I'd simply dozed off and dreamed the entire encounter. But the memory remained vivid and unsettling, particularly the moment when the dog had seemed to look directly into my soul with those reflecting eyes that held far too much knowledge for comfort. Morning brought the usual bustle of drivers performing pre-trip inspections and preparing for another day on the road. I approached the Freightliner and examined the area where the dog had been resting, looking for any evidence of its presence. The sandwich was still there, completely untouched except for a few ants that had discovered it during the charred mile from Marcus. The stretch of Interstate 80 through Nevada had always been unforgiving, but I'd never seen anything quite like what greeted me that September night when my headlights first swept across the burnt highway mile. The asphalt ahead looked like someone had taken a blowtorch to it, leaving behind a perfect rectangle of blackened road that stretched exactly 1 mile according to my odometer. Steam still rose from the scorched surface despite the fact that no traffic reports had mentioned any accidents or road work in the area. I'd been hauling refrigerated goods from Sacramento to Denver for the better part of 15 years, and this particular route had become as familiar to me as the hum of my Peterbilt's diesel engine. The 379 was getting on in years, but she still purred like a contented cat when I kept her RPM steady in that sweet spot between economy and power. Tonight felt different, though, charged with an electricity that made my skin prickle beneath my flannel shirt and made the radio crackle with intermittent static that seemed to form almost words in the spaces between stations. The Nevada Department of Transportation hadn't posted any warnings about construction or accidents, and my CB radio had been quiet all evening, save for the occasional trucker checking in from miles ahead or behind. But here I was, approaching what looked like a section of highway that had been systematically burned in a perfect geometric pattern, the white lane markers completely obliterated and the yellow center lines reduced to faint smears of melted paint. As I downshifted and reduced my speed to a cautious crawl, my headlights revealed details that made my grip tighten on the steering wheel. The burn pattern wasn't random like you'd expect from a fuel spill fire or an overturned tanker. Instead, the blackened asphalt formed intricate designs that reminded me of crop circles, spiraling inward toward the center of the mile-long stretch with mathematical precision that seemed impossible for any accidental blaze to create. The air conditioning in my cab struggled against an oppressive heat that seemed to radiate up from the road surface, and I could hear my refrigerated trailer's cooling unit working overtime to compensate for the ambient temperature. Through my side window, I noticed that the desert scrub on either side of the highway showed no signs of fire damage. The flames, whatever had caused them, had somehow been contained to the exact width of the interstate with surgical accuracy. My engine's steady rumble took on an odd resonance as I rolled onto the burnt section, the sound seeming to echo back from somewhere deep beneath the asphalt, as if the road were hollow. The steering wheel vibrated under my palms with a rhythmic pulse that didn't match the familiar vibrations of worn tires on pavement. Instead, it felt almost organic, like a heartbeat transmitted through the frame of my truck. Halfway through the charred mile, my headlights began to flicker, despite the fact that I'd replaced them just last month. The beams would dim almost to nothing, plunging the road ahead into near-total darkness, then surge back to full brightness with an intensity that made the burnt asphalt gleam like obsidian. During one of these bright flashes, I caught sight of something that made me pump the brakes harder than I should have, on a potentially unstable road surface. There were tire tracks pressed into the softened asphalt, dozens of them crisscrossing the highway in patterns that defied logic. Some were clearly from 18-wheelers like mine, but others were smaller from passenger cars and pickup trucks. What disturbed me most was that many of the tracks seemed to lead off the highway entirely, disappearing into the desert, where no vehicle should have been able to drive. The treads were burned into the road surface as if the tires themselves had been on fire when they passed this way. My CB radio suddenly crackled to life with a transmission that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The voice was male, middle-aged, with the road-weary tone of a veteran long-haul driver, but there was an urgency in it that cut through the static like a knife through fog. Eastbound Peterbilt approaching mile marker 237, do you copy? This is Ghost Rider calling in eastbound traffic near the burn zone, over. I grabbed my microphone with hands that had begun to tremble slightly. Mile marker 237 was exactly where I was, in the heart of the scarred highway section. This is eastbound Peterbilt, I copy you, Ghost Rider. You got eyes on me? I'm right in the middle of this burnt stretch and it's got me spooked, over. The response came back immediately, but the voice sounded different now, more distant and hollow, as if transmitted from a great depth. You need to get off that road right now, driver. Don't stop. Don't look back. Just punch it and get clear of the mile marker. They burned that section for a reason, and that reason is still down there waiting. Before I could ask what he meant, my truck's engine began to sputter and lose power. The temperature gauge swung rapidly toward the red zone, and I could hear the cooling system struggling as if something were actively heating the engine block from the outside. Through my windshield, I watched in fascination and growing terror as the burn patterns in the asphalt began to glow with their own internal light, pulsing in rhythm with that heartbeat vibration I'd been feeling through the steering wheel. The Ghost Rider's voice came through the CB again, now barely audible through waves of static that sounded almost like screaming. Whatever you do, don't let your engine stall on the burn zone. Keep her rolling no matter what you see. The things down there, they've been waiting for someone to stop, someone to join the pattern. As if summoned by his words, I began to see shapes moving beneath the softened asphalt, dark forms that seemed to press upward against the road's surface like bodies floating just below the surface of black water. My headlights, now strobing with increasing frequency, illuminated what appeared to be the outlines of vehicles embedded in the highway itself, trucks and cars that had somehow been absorbed into the very substance of the road. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Those tire tracks I'd seen weren't just burned into the surface. They were the final marks left by vehicles that had been pulled down into whatever lay beneath this cursed stretch of highway. The burn patterns weren't the result of fire at all, but rather the feeding marks of something vast and hungry that had made its home in the earth below the interstate. My engine gave another violent shudder, and for a terrifying moment I thought it would die completely, leaving me stranded in the center of the glowing patterns. But years of careful maintenance and mechanical sympathy paid off as the old Peterbilt rallied, her diesel engine catching and roaring back to life with renewed vigor. I floored the accelerator, feeling the truck surge forward as the burned asphalt began to crack and buckle beneath my wheels. In my mirrors, I could see the road surface rippling like liquid, and dark tentacles or roots were beginning to push up through the softened pavement, reaching toward my trailer with grasping motions that seemed almost desperate. The CB radio screamed with static that definitely sounded like voices now, dozens of them calling out warnings and pleas that were nearly lost in the electronic chaos. The end of the burn zone appeared in my headlights like the shore of a dark ocean. Regular gray asphalt that looked more beautiful than any sunrise I'd ever seen. My truck launched off the burnt section with a sensation like breaking through the surface tension of water, and suddenly the oppressive heat was gone. My engine temperature dropped back to normal, and the radio static cleared to blessed silence. I didn't slow down until I was a full 5 miles past the charred highway section, finally pulling into a truck stop where I sat in my idling cab for nearly an hour, hands shaking as I tried to process what I'd experienced. When I finally worked up the courage to call the Nevada DOT to report the road hazard, the dispatcher told me there was no record of any fire or construction work on that section of Interstate 80. According to their maintenance logs, mile marker 237 was in perfect condition and had been recently resurfaced. I've driven that route dozens of times since that night, always slowing down when I approach mile marker 237. The road looks completely normal now, pristine asphalt with fresh paint and no sign of any burn damage. But sometimes, late at night, when the desert air is still and my headlights cut through the darkness, I swear I can see the faint outline of those spiral patterns just beneath the surface, waiting patiently for the next traveler who might linger too long in their geometric embrace. And sometimes, if I listen carefully to the CB radio chatter as I pass that spot, I can hear ghost riders still trying to warn eastbound traffic about the burnt highway mile that officially doesn't exist. Static in the Rain, from Marcus Kellerman. The rain drummed against my Kenworth's windshield in that steady, hypnotic rhythm that makes night driving feel like floating through a dream. Highway 287 stretched endlessly ahead, its asphalt surface gleaming like black metal under my headlights, and the familiar weight of 40,000 pounds of freight pulled behind me felt reassuring in a world that had grown strange over the past 3 hours. My CB radio crackled, softly with the distant chatter of other drivers, their voices forming a loose community across the lonely miles. But tonight, something felt different about the airwaves. Something that made the hair on my forearms stand up, despite the cab's warm embrace. I'd been driving long haul for 17 years, covering routes from Portland to Miami, from Boston to Los Angeles, and I'd learned to read the subtle signs that separate ordinary nights from the ones that lodge themselves permanently in your memory. Tonight carried that peculiar electric charge, the kind that makes dogs howl and makes experienced truckers check their mirrors more frequently than usual. The dispatch office back in Tulsa had been unusually quiet when I'd checked in at my last way station, with only Sarah's voice coming through the scratchy connection, her words clipped and professional as always, but underneath I detected something I'd never heard before in her 15-year career as our primary dispatcher, a tremor of uncertainty that made me grip the steering wheel a little tighter. Sarah Mitchell had been the voice in our ears for longer than most of us had been driving these routes, guiding convoys through blizzards, talking drivers through mechanical breakdowns in places where cell towers couldn't reach, and coordinating the complex dance of schedules that kept America's freight moving efficiently across the continent. Her voice had become as familiar as my own reflection, steady and unflappable, with that slight Oklahoma accent that somehow made even the worst traffic jams sound manageable. She knew every driver in the fleet by name, remembered our families and personal struggles, and had talked more than a few of us through dark nights when the isolation of the road threatened to overwhelm even the most seasoned veterans. The first sign that something was wrong came around midnight, when my CB erupted with static so intense it made me wince and reach for the volume control. Through the white noise, I heard fragments of Sarah's voice, but the words were wrong, all wrong, emerging in stuttering bursts that formed no coherent sentences. Unit 47, roadblock ahead, don't stop for... Mile marker. The transmission cut off abruptly, leaving only the soft hiss of static and the sound of my windshield wipers sweeping away the endless rain. I tried raising her on the radio, using the standard call signs we'd employed for years, but received only silence in return, as if the dispatcher's office had simply vanished from existence. Other drivers began checking in over the next hour, their voices carrying the same confusion and growing unease that had settled in my chest like a cold weight. Tommy Harrison in his blue Peterbilt reported similar fragmented transmissions, while Maria Santos mentioned that her GPS had begun showing roads that didn't exist on her paper maps, phantom highways that branched off into areas marked only as empty wilderness. The normal rhythm of night driving, that comfortable routine of regular check-ins and casual conversation, had been replaced by an atmosphere of shared uncertainty that made every mile feel like a journey into unfamiliar territory. I was approaching the small town of Cedar Falls when Sarah's voice returned to my radio, but immediately I knew something fundamental had changed in the quality of her transmission. Her words came through crystal clear, clearer than I'd ever heard them, as if she were sitting in the cab beside me rather than speaking from a dispatch office 300 miles away. But the content of her message made my blood run cold in ways that 17 years of midnight driving had never managed to accomplish. "Marcus," she said, using my first name instead of my unit number, "you need to understand that what happened here tonight isn't something you can report to the authorities or explain to your family when you get home." The rain seemed to intensify as her voice continued, and I found myself leaning closer to the radio as if proximity could help me better understand the impossible words flowing through the speaker. "The office is empty now. Has been empty for hours, but I'm still here somehow, still watching the dispatch board, still seeing all of you moving along your routes like tiny lights in an enormous darkness. I can see things from here that I couldn't see before, Marcus. Patterns in the way freight moves across the country, purposes behind the cargo that none of us were meant to understand." Her voice maintained its familiar cadence, but underneath I heard something that sounded like wind rushing through vast spaces, as if she were speaking from somewhere far larger than the cramped dispatcher's office I'd visited countless times. I pressed the transmission button with trembling fingers, trying to maintain some semblance of normal communication protocols, despite the growing certainty that nothing about this situation fell within the realm of normal experience. "Sarah, this is Unit 47. Can you clarify your current location? Are you still at the Tulsa office?" The static that followed stretched for nearly 30 seconds before her voice returned, carrying an odd quality that seemed to echo from multiple directions simultaneously. "Location isn't really relevant anymore, Marcus. What matters is what I can see from here, what I've learned about the cargo you're carrying tonight." The trailer behind me contained what my manifest described as industrial equipment bound for a manufacturing facility in Arkansas. Routine freight that I'd hauled countless times without giving its contents a second thought. But Sarah's words made me suddenly aware of the trailer's weight distribution, the way it seemed to shift slightly on curves despite being properly secured, and the faint vibration that transmitted through the truck's frame in patterns that almost resembled a slow, steady heartbeat. "The equipment in your trailer isn't meant for manufacturing, Marcus. It's older than that, much older, and it's been moving between facilities for decades, never staying in one place long enough for anyone to ask the right questions about what it actually does." Mile marker 47 appeared in my headlights, and I realized I was now completely alone on the highway, though that struck me as impossible given the normal volume of traffic on this route during night hours. The rain continued its relentless percussion against my windshield, but the sound had taken on metallic overtones that reminded me of fingers tapping against glass, patient and persistent. Sarah's voice had become my only connection to the world beyond my cab, and despite the increasingly disturbing nature of her revelations, I found myself desperate to maintain that contact with another human consciousness. "The facility you're driving toward burned down 3 weeks ago," she continued, her words accompanied by a sound like pages turning, as if she were reading from documents that existed somewhere beyond physical reality. "The fire department couldn't determine what caused the blaze, but they found traces of metals that shouldn't exist according to current scientific understanding. The company that owned the facility had been operating under 17 different corporate names over the past century, each one dissolving and reforming before investigators could piece together their actual activities. My GPS showed the Arkansas facility as my destination, displaying an estimated arrival time and turn-by-turn directions that appeared completely normal. but Sarah's words cast everything into doubt. I began to notice details that had escaped my attention during previous runs. The way certain stretches of highway seemed to appear on my routes with unusual frequency, as if I were traveling the same roads repeatedly, despite supposedly covering different parts of the country. The similarity between various facilities where I'd made deliveries, as if they were all variations on the same architectural theme, and the fact that I could never quite remember the faces of the people who handled the paperwork when I completed these particular deliveries. "Marcus, you need to take the next exit and find somewhere to wait until sunrise." Sarah's voice carried new urgency, though she still sounded impossibly distant. "The facility is expecting your delivery, but not in the way you understand deliveries. There are people there who have been waiting for what you're carrying, and they've grown impatient after the delay caused by the fire. They've made arrangements to continue their work at a temporary location, but first they need to ensure that drivers like you don't ask inconvenient questions about cargo that officially doesn't exist." The exit ramp appeared suddenly through the rain, marked by a sign too weathered to read clearly, and I found myself steering toward it without consciously making the decision to leave the highway. The off-ramp led to a truck stop that looked abandoned, its parking lot cracked and overgrown with weeds, but the building's neon sign flickered weakly in the darkness, casting intermittent red light across the empty spaces where other trucks should have been parked. I pulled into a space near the building's entrance and let my engine idle, its steady rumble providing a comforting counterpoint to the rain's endless percussion. Sarah's final transmission came as I was reaching for my logbook, trying to make sense of a situation that defied every rational explanation. Her voice sounded fainter now, as if she were moving away from her microphone, or perhaps fading from whatever impossible vantage point had allowed her to see the truth about my cargo and destination. "I can't maintain this connection much longer, Marcus, but remember what I've told you tonight. Some freight isn't meant to reach its destination." The last order? From Jake Martinez. The neon sign buzzed and flickered against the midnight sky, casting an unsteady pink glow across my windshield as I downshifted my Kenworth into the gravel lot. Mel's Diner, the letters spelled out in that classic 50s script, though half the bulbs had given up their ghost years ago. The rain had been my companion for the last 100 miles through Nebraska, a steady drumming on my cab roof that made the silence outside seem even more profound when I finally killed the engine. I had been running this route for 15 years, hauling electronics from Denver to Chicago, and I knew every truck stop, every diner, every place to grab a decent cup of coffee between the Rockies and Lake Michigan. But Mel's Diner had never been on my mental map before tonight. Strange, considering how it sat right there alongside Highway 30, impossible to miss with that vintage aluminum siding gleaming under the parking lot floods. Maybe it was new, though everything about it screamed 1950s authenticity, from the chrome bumpers on the decorative Cadillac out front to the checkered linoleum I could see through the plate glass windows. The parking lot stretched empty in all directions, my 18-wheeler the only vehicle in sight. Not unusual for a Tuesday night pushing toward 1 a.m., but there was something unsettling about the complete absence of life. No other truckers, no late-night travelers, not even a lone car belonging to whatever skeleton crew kept the place running, just my rig sitting under those harsh white lights. Engine ticking as it cooled, while the rain continued its patient assault on everything metal and alive. I checked my logbook one more time, calculating hours and distances. Federal regulations said I needed to rest, and my body agreed with every fiber. My eyes felt like someone had rubbed sand into the corners, and my neck carried the familiar ache of too many hours wrestling with interstate crosswinds. The coffee I'd grabbed in North Platte had turned to battery acid in my thermos hours ago. A hot meal and fresher caffeine would set me right for the final push to Chicago. The diner's entrance chimed with one of those old-fashioned bells as I pushed through, the sound echoing strangely in the empty space. Inside, everything maintained that same pristine 50s aesthetic. Red vinyl booths lined the windows, their surfaces so perfectly maintained they might have been installed yesterday. The counter stretched along the back wall, chrome stools positioned at exact intervals, while a glass case displayed pies that looked magazine perfect under the warm fluorescent glow. The black and white checkered floor gleamed with fresh wax, and the jukebox in the corner caught the light like a jewel, though it sat silent and dark. "Hello?" I called out, my voice seeming to absorb into the vinyl and chrome instead of carrying the way it should. "Anybody working tonight?" The coffee pots behind the counter were full, steam rising gently from their glass tops. The grill showed signs of recent use, a thin sheen of oil reflecting the overhead lights. Someone had been here, was probably still here, maybe just stepped into the back for supplies or a smoke break. I took a seat at the counter, appreciating how the cushioned stool supported my road-weary spine, and waited for service to appear. Minutes passed in strange quietude. The rain continued outside, but even that seemed muted now, as if the diner existed in its own acoustic bubble. The fluorescent lights hummed their familiar tune, joined by the gentle gurgle of coffee makers and the low whisper of what might have been a ventilation system. Normal restaurant sounds, yet somehow they felt amplified, more noticeable in the absence of conversation, clinking silverware or the scratch of orders being written down. I checked my watch. 1:15 a.m. Still plenty of time for a quick meal before my mandatory rest period ended. But where was everybody? A place this clean, this obviously functional, didn't run itself. Someone had filled those coffee pots, someone had cleaned that grill, someone had arranged those perfect pies in the rotating case. The register showed a balance, numbers glowing green in the dim corner where the cash wrap waited for customers who never seemed to come. "Hello!" I tried again, louder this time. "I'd like to order something." My voice came back to me slightly changed, as if it had traveled further than the confines of the dining room before returning. Echo wasn't quite the right word. More like my voice had been somewhere else for a moment, seen something I hadn't, before finding its way back to my ears, with a subtle difference in tone. The menu stood propped between chrome napkin dispensers, and I gave it a closer look while waiting for staff to materialize. Standard diner fare, but the prices seemed frozen in time. Coffee for 35 cents, hamburgers for $1.25, pie at 60 cents a slice. Either this was a theme restaurant with commitment to historical accuracy extending to their pricing, or something more unusual was happening here in the Nebraska darkness. Behind the counter, a ticket wheel held a single order slip. I couldn't make out the writing from where I sat, but seeing evidence of previous customers made me feel slightly better about the situation. Someone had been here earlier, had ordered food, had presumably been served and paid their check. The normal cycle of diner life, even if I'd arrived during an unusually quiet period. I was reaching for my wallet, thinking I'd leave exact change on the counter and grab coffee to go, when I heard it. The soft whisper of a page turning, coming from somewhere behind me. I turned on the stool, scanning the empty booths, and that's when I saw the newspaper folded neatly on the table by the window. The paper I was certain hadn't been there when I'd entered 5 minutes earlier. Walking over, I could see it was a copy of the local weekly, the Cozad Tribune. Nothing unusual about that except the date at the top read November 15th, 1953. The paper looked fresh, crisp, as if it had just come off the printing press, rather than sitting in some archive for 70 years. The headline spoke of Eisenhower's presidency, the Korean War, small-town concerns that belonged to grandparents, and history books. Interesting reading. I spun around to find a woman standing behind the counter, as if she'd been there all along and I'd simply failed to notice. She was perhaps 50, wearing a pink uniform dress and white apron that matched the diner's aesthetic perfectly. Her hair was styled in the victory rolls popular during the war years, and her smile carried the practiced warmth of someone who'd spent decades serving coffee and conversation to strangers. "I didn't hear you come in," I said, returning to my stool at the counter. "Most folks don't," she replied, already reaching for a coffee cup. "You look like you could use some caffeine." The coffee she poured was the darkest, richest brew I'd ever seen, steam rising from the cup in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The aroma filled my nostrils with hints of chocolate and earth, a complexity I'd never experienced from diner coffee before. "My name's Ruth," the woman said, setting cream and sugar within easy reach. "What brings you through our little corner of nowhere?" "Jake Martinez. I'm hauling freight to Chicago, needed to make a fuel stop, and saw your sign." I took a sip of the coffee and felt warmth spread through my chest like good whiskey. "This is incredible coffee. We pride ourselves on the little things here," Ruth said, her smile never wavering. "What else can I get you? The meatloaf's fresh, and I just pulled an apple pie from the oven an hour ago." Something in her phrasing nagged at me, though I couldn't place exactly what. The coffee was working its magic, clearing the road fog from my brain, but clarity brought new questions rather than answers. How long had she been standing there before I noticed? Where were the other customers who'd presumably filled this place earlier in the evening? And why did everything, from Ruth's uniform to the newspaper to the prices on the menu, seem locked in the same historical moment? "The meatloaf sounds great," I heard myself saying, though I couldn't remember making the decision to order. "And a piece of that pie when I'm finished." Ruth nodded and moved to the kitchen area behind the counter, her movements economical and practiced. She worked without speaking, the only sounds coming from the sizzle of the grill and the soft clink of silverware being arranged. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the parking lot gleaming under those harsh white lights, my truck sitting exactly where I'd left it like a faithful dog, waiting for its owner's return. But as I watched Ruth prepare my meal, I began to notice details that made my coffee sit uneasily in my stomach. Her reflection in the chrome surfaces behind the counter seemed slightly off, delayed by a fraction of a second, as if the image couldn't quite keep up with her movements. When she turned to check something in the oven, I could have sworn I saw her smile falter for just a moment, revealing an expression of profound sadness before the professional warmth. "Every exit is yours." From Marcus. The GPS had been glitching for the past 3 hours, its screen flickering between satellite view and that peculiar blue void that electronics sometimes slip into when they're dying. I'd been driving this particular stretch of Interstate 84 through Oregon for nearly 15 years, hauling everything from lumber to electronics across the Pacific Northwest, so I figured I knew the road well enough to navigate without digital assistance. The rain had started just after midnight, a gentle Pacific drizzle that gradually intensified into the kind of steady downpour that makes your windshield wipers work overtime and turns the asphalt into a dark mirror reflecting your headlights back at you. My Peterbilt's engine hummed with that deep, reassuring rumble that had become as familiar as my own heartbeat over the years. The cab was warm and dry, insulated from the storm outside, and the soft glow of the dashboard instruments created a cocoon of amber light around me. I had another 6 hours until my scheduled delivery in Portland, plenty of time to make the run even with the weather slowing me down. The radio crackled with occasional trucker chatter, voices drifting in and out of static as drivers reported road conditions and shared the kind of casual camaraderie that comes from shared solitude on the midnight highways. That's when I noticed the first sign that should have been impossible. Mile marker 247 slipped past my passenger window, illuminated briefly by my running lights before disappearing into the darkness behind me. I'd passed that same marker 20 minutes earlier. I was certain of it. The human mind plays tricks during long night drives, I told myself, especially when you're fighting both exhaustion and the hypnotic rhythm of rain against glass. But something cold settled in my stomach as I pressed on, watching the roadside markers more carefully now. The next sign confirmed what I didn't want to believe. Exit 251, Cascade Locks, appeared in my headlights with the same green reflective lettering I remembered from before. The same slight lean to the left where wind and weather had worked on the metal over the years. The same small dent in the lower right corner that I'd noticed earlier because it reminded me of the scar on my grandfather's chin. I'd definitely passed this exit before, but the road stretched straight behind me in my mirrors. No curves or turns that might have confused my sense of direction. I keyed the radio, hoping to reach another driver who might be traveling the same route. The CB crackled to life, but instead of the usual mix of traffic reports and idle conversation, I heard only static, punctuated by what sounded like breathing. Not the harsh static of electrical interference, but something more organic, rhythmic, like someone sleeping very close to a microphone. I tried different channels, but each one carried the same sound, that slow, steady respiration that seemed to match the timing of my windshield wipers. The truck stop at exit 255 materialized out of the rain exactly when and where I expected it, its neon signs casting pink and blue shadows across the wet pavement. I'd stopped there countless times over the years, knew the layout like my own driveway, but something felt different as I approached. The parking lot was completely empty except for a single sedan parked at an odd angle near the building, its headlights still on but showing no sign of life inside. The 24-hour diner that should have been blazing with fluorescent lights showed only darkness behind its rain-streaked windows. I pulled past the truck stop without stopping, my unease growing stronger with each mile. The road seemed exactly as it should be, the same gentle curves and gradual elevation changes I'd memorized over thousands of trips. But the landscape felt somehow rehearsed, like a stage set designed to look familiar. Every tree seemed positioned just right, every guardrail reflection timed perfectly with my passage. The rain continued its steady percussion against the roof of my cab, but now it sounded almost musical, following a pattern that was just complex enough to seem intentional. Exit 259 brought the first real deviation from normalcy. The sign was right where it belonged, but the roadway that curved away into the darkness wasn't the rural county route I expected. Instead, the exit ramp seemed to spiral upward, disappearing into low-hanging clouds that hadn't been there moments before. As I passed the turnoff, I caught a glimpse of lights moving along that impossible ascending road, vehicle headlights tracing lazy circles higher and higher into the storm until they vanished completely. My fuel gauge hadn't moved in over an hour, I realized, though the engine continued its steady consumption of diesel. The digital clock on my dashboard flickered between 2:17 and 2:18 AM, never quite settling on either time. Miles accumulated on my odometer, but the landscape outside remained locked in the same familiar sequence, like a loop of highway that had somehow detached itself from geography and begun operating under its own rules. The breathing on the radio continued, occasionally interrupted by what might have been whispered words in a language I didn't recognize. The fourth time I passed mile marker 247, I finally understood what the road wanted me to know. This wasn't a navigation error or a trick of tired perception. Something had claimed this stretch of highway, turned it into a closed circuit that fed on the motion and momentum of travelers who found themselves caught in its influence. The exit signs no longer indicated destinations in the normal sense. They were invitations to step outside the familiar world entirely. Every ramp led somewhere else, somewhere that followed different rules than the Oregon I thought I knew. I tested my theory at the next exit, exit 251, for what must have been the fifth time. Instead of continuing straight, I took the off-ramp, feeling the truck lean slightly as we curved away from the main highway. The road led not to Cascade Locks, but to a small town that sparkled with lights that weren't quite the right color, where the buildings seemed to shift position when I wasn't looking directly at them. Streets branched off in directions that shouldn't have been possible, and signs pointed toward destinations with names like Further On and Not Yet and Almost There. I drove slowly through the town's empty streets, passing storefronts with windows that showed the interiors of places I recognized from my childhood. Houses where people I'd lost touch with decades ago moved like shadows behind curtains that glowed with warm yellow light. The sedan from the truck stop sat parked at various locations throughout the town, always in my peripheral vision, its headlights creating pools of illumination that revealed nothing but wet pavement and the suggestion of movement just beyond their reach. At the town's far edge, I found an on-ramp that promised to return me to Interstate 84, but when I merged back onto the highway, I wasn't alone. Behind me, a convoy of vehicles had appeared, their headlights visible in my mirrors like a string of stars. Trucks, cars, motorcycles, all maintaining perfect spacing as they followed me back onto the endless loop of highway. Some of the vehicles looked decades old, their designs from eras of automotive history I barely remembered, while others seemed sleek and unfamiliar, as if they'd arrived from years that hadn't happened yet. The convoy stayed with me through several more iterations of the loop, and gradually I began to recognize the pattern of their movement. The way they signaled lane changes in perfect synchronization, how they maintained their distances with mathematical precision. We were all caught in the same trap, all traveling the same impossible route between exits that led everywhere and nowhere. The breathing on the radio had multiplied, dozens of sleeping voices keeping time with the collective rhythm of our engines. Dawn should have broken by now, but the sky remained locked in that deep pre-morning darkness that comes just before the horizon begins to show its first hint of gray. My fuel gauge still showed 3/4 full, exactly where it had been when the loop began. The convoy behind me had grown longer, stretching back into the distance until their taillights disappeared into the rain. Occasionally, one of the vehicles would take an exit, disappearing up a ramp that curved into impossibility, but their place in the formation would immediately be filled by another set of headlights that materialized from the darkness ahead. I tried the radio again, cycling through channels that now carried sounds I couldn't identify, mechanical rhythms mixed with organic pulses, like the heartbeat of something vast and sleeping. On Channel 19, the traditional trucker frequency, I finally heard a human voice, tired and calm like my own. "Anyone else notice we've been driving the same road for a while now?" the voice asked, and several others responded in the affirmative. We compared notes, shared our experiences of the looping highway and the exits that led to places that shouldn't exist. Some drivers had been caught in the pattern for what felt like days. Others claimed to have been traveling this route for months or years, though their fuel never depleted and their bodies never tired. "Every exit is yours," one of the voices said, and the phrase resonated through the static with an authority that silenced the channel. "Every exit is yours, but you have to choose wisely." I understood then that this wasn't a prison but a test, or perhaps a gift. The highway had become unstuck from ordinary reality, and the exits offered access to all the places we dreamed of going. "Your voices beneath the steel," from Jake Morrison. The first time I heard them, I thought it was just the exhaust system acting up on my '97 Peterbilt. 23 years of hauling freight across the interstate will teach you every sound your rig can make, from the gentle wheeze of air brakes to the particular rattle that means you're due for new shock absorbers. But this sound was different. A low keening that seemed to rise from somewhere deep beneath the cab, like wind whistling through a canyon you couldn't see. I was 3 hours into a midnight run from Bakersfield to Phoenix, carrying a full load of refrigerated produce through the Mojave Desert. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through moonlit scrubland where Joshua trees stood like twisted sentinels against the star-dotted sky. My CB radio crackled occasionally with the distant chatter of other drivers, but mostly it was just me, the steady thrum of the diesel engine, and the hypnotic sweep of headlights across the center line. The sound started soft, almost musical, weaving itself so subtly into the engine's rhythm that I nearly missed it. At first I dismissed it as nothing more than wind caught in some new crevice or loose panel. Trucks develop their own voices over time, accumulating squeaks and groans like old houses settling into their foundations. But as the miles rolled by, the sound grew clearer, more distinct, and increasingly impossible to ignore. It wasn't wind after all, it was voices. I pulled over at a truck stop outside of Barstow, the neon sign casting pink and blue shadows across the empty parking lot. The place had that desolate late-night quality that only truck stops possess, all fluorescent-lit islands of civilization surrounded by vast stretches of darkness. I grabbed my flashlight from the door compartment and walked around the rig, checking the undercarriage for anything obvious. The beam revealed nothing unusual, just the familiar landscape of drive shafts, fuel tanks, and suspension components, all coated with the fine layer of road dust that accumulates on any long haul. But when I knelt down and pressed my ear close to the frame, I heard them clearly. Multiple voices, speaking in hushed, urgent tones that seemed to emanate from directly beneath the truck's belly. The words were indistinct, like conversations overheard through water, but the emotional quality was unmistakable. They sounded afraid. I spent 20 minutes under that truck, flashlight beam dancing across every joint and bracket, searching for speakers or some kind of electronic device that might explain what I was hearing. Truck stops attract all kinds of pranks and practical jokes, and it wouldn't be the first time someone had rigged a hat rod with hidden noisemakers. But I found nothing. No wires, no boxes, no evidence of tampering, just the steady murmur of voices that seemed to be coming from the metal itself. Back in the cab, I tried to focus on the road, but the voices followed me. They rose and fell with the engine's RPMs, becoming more agitated when I accelerated and settling into anxious whispers when I maintained cruising speed. By the time I reached the Arizona border, I could make out individual words, fragments of sentences that sent chills down my spine despite the desert heat. "Help us" came through clearest, repeated over and over like a mantra. "Can't get out, so dark down here. Please, someone help us." I pulled into a rest area near Kingman, hands shaking as I reached for my cell phone. The rational part of my mind insisted there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe carbon monoxide was affecting my judgment, or perhaps the isolation of night driving was finally getting to me after all these years. But when I climbed down from the cab, the voices were louder than ever, and now they seemed to know I was listening. "You can hear us, can't you?" The voice was clearer now, distinctly feminine, tinged with desperate hope. "Please don't leave us here. We've been trapped for so long." My flashlight beam revealed the same empty undercarriage as before, but now I noticed something I'd missed at the previous stop. The metal brackets that secured various components to the frame were discolored in places, showing patches of rust and staining that looked almost organic. As I watched, one of the stains seemed to shift slightly, like a shadow moving independent of my light source. "Who are you?" I whispered, feeling foolish for talking to my own truck, but unable to stop myself. The response came immediately, a chorus of overlapping voices that made my skin crawl. Passengers. Always passengers. Every truck carries passengers they don't know about. We ride underneath, in the spaces between the living and the road. Some of us have been here for decades. I stumbled backward, my light wavering across the undercarriage as the voices continued their explanation. They spoke of accidents and breakdowns, of moments when the veil between worlds grew thin around these massive machines that spent their lives crossing the empty spaces of America. They were the spirits of travelers who had died on these highways, somehow drawn to the trucks that continued their endless journeys, trapped in the steel and chrome until someone finally acknowledged their presence. "The truck chooses," another voice explained, this one older, gravelly like a long-time smoker. "Some drivers never hear us, no matter how many years we ride along." but you're different. You've always been sensitive to things others can't see, haven't you, Jake? The fact that they knew my name sent ice through my veins. I thought about my childhood, the imaginary friends my parents had dismissed, the sounds I'd heard in empty houses, the way I'd always known things I shouldn't know. I'd learned to ignore those instincts over the years, to focus on the practical world of schedules and cargo manifests, but apparently they had never truly gone away. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the desert wind. "Just acknowledgement," the feminine voice replied. "Just someone who knows we're here. We don't want to hurt anyone. We just want to be remembered." But even as she spoke, I sensed something else in the chorus of voices, something hungrier and more demanding. Not all of the passengers were as benign as they claimed. Some had been riding these highways for so long that they'd forgotten what it meant to be human, and they wanted more than just acknowledgement. They wanted to trade places. The temperature around the truck began to drop noticeably, and my breath started forming small clouds in the suddenly frigid air. The voices grew more insistent, more aggressive, overlapping each other until they became a cacophony of demands and pleas. My flashlight began to flicker, the beam weakening as if something was draining its power. "Let us drive for a while, Jake," the gravelly voice suggested with false reasonableness. "You must be tired after all these miles. We know every road in America. We could take you places you've never imagined." I realized with growing horror that the voices weren't just coming from beneath the truck anymore. They were surrounding me, emanating from the air itself, and the metal of my rig was beginning to vibrate with a frequency that made my bones ache. The passenger spirits were trying to manifest physically, to pull themselves up from whatever dimension they inhabited, and into my world. Without another word, I sprinted for the cab, slamming the door behind me and fumbling for the ignition. The engine turned over immediately, but now the voices were inside with me, whispering from the air vents, speaking through the radio static, pleading and demanding from every surface of the cab. I floored the accelerator and roared back onto the highway, hoping speed might somehow break whatever connection had formed between myself and the unwanted passengers, but they came with me, of course. Their voices now a constant background to everything I did. They commented on the scenery, offered directions I hadn't asked for, and gradually began trying to influence my decisions in small ways. "Take the next exit, Jake. There's something wonderful just off the highway. A place where you could rest forever." I gritted my teeth and kept driving straight, but I could feel them pressing against the edges of my consciousness like fingers probing for cracks in a dam. They wanted in, not just to my truck, but to my mind, my soul, my very existence. And with every mile that passed, they seemed to be getting stronger. By the time I reached the Phoenix Distribution Center, dawn was breaking over the Sonoran Desert, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. The voices had finally quieted to whispers, seemingly weakened by the approach of daylight, but I knew they were still there, waiting beneath the surface like dormant seeds. I delivered my cargo without incident, but I couldn't bring myself to sign up for another long haul. Instead, I parked the Peterbilt at a truck dealership and walked away, hoping that distance might break whatever bond had formed between us. But as I waited for my taxi outside the dealership, I heard them one last time, calling my name from across the lot. Their voices carried on, "The Watcher in the Lens," from Marcus Chen. The backup camera on my 18-wheeler had been acting up for weeks, but I never thought much of it until that foggy October night somewhere between Bakersfield and Fresno. The screen would flicker sometimes when I shifted into reverse, showing static or doubled images that made backing into loading docks more of a guessing game than it should have been. My dispatcher kept promising to get it fixed at the next scheduled maintenance, but you know how these things go in the trucking business. If it's not completely broken, it stays on the truck. I'd been driving for Consolidated Freight for nearly 15 years, hauling everything from electronics to furniture up and down the California corridors. The work was steady, the pay decent, and I had grown comfortable with the solitude that came with long-haul trucking. My 2019 Peterbilt had been good to me, all 400,000 miles of her, and despite the quirky backup camera, she ran smooth as silk on the highway. That night I was carrying a load of office furniture bound for Sacramento. Nothing unusual, just another run in what had become a predictable routine. The fog had rolled in thick around 9 p.m., cutting visibility down to maybe 30 feet in any direction. I had slowed to 45 on Highway 99, my running lights cutting weak amber paths through the gray soup that seemed to swallow the world beyond my windshield. The radio crackled with warnings about the weather, other drivers reporting near no visibility further north. I was considering pulling off at the next truck stop when I spotted the faint glow of neon ahead, barely visible through the murk. The sign read, Desert Rose Truck Plaza, in letters that flickered pink and blue, with half the bulbs burned out or dying. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a few trucks scattered around the edges like sleeping giants in the fog. I found a spot near the back, away from the diesel pumps and the main building, where the sound of my engine wouldn't disturb anyone trying to get some rest. As I began the careful process of backing into the space, I flicked on the backup camera out of habit, even though I usually relied more on my mirrors and experience than the temperamental screen. The monitor buzzed to life, showing the familiar grainy black and white view behind my trailer. That's when I first saw him. At the very edge of the camera's range, partially obscured by the fog, stood a figure. A man, I thought, though the image quality made it hard to be certain. He seemed to be watching my truck, standing perfectly still about 20 feet behind my trailer. I glanced in my side mirrors, but the fog was too thick to see anything clearly. When I looked back at the screen, the figure was still there, unchanged, like a statue in the mist. I assumed it was another driver, maybe someone checking on their own rig, or taking a late-night walk to stretch their legs. I finished backing into the space and put the truck in park, setting the air brakes with their familiar hiss. The backup camera automatically shut off, returning the monitor to its default black screen. I grabbed my thermos of coffee and settled in for what I hoped would be a few hours of rest before the fog lifted enough to continue driving. The heater hummed quietly, and rain began pattering against the windshield in a rhythm that usually helped me sleep, but something about that figure in the camera nagged at me, a small, uncomfortable feeling I couldn't quite shake. Around midnight, I decided to move to a different parking spot. The truck next to me had started up and pulled out, and I wanted to reposition closer to the main building, where the lighting was better and I'd feel less isolated in the fog. I started the engine, shifted into reverse, and watched the backup camera flicker to life. The man was still there, in exactly the same position, at exactly the same distance, standing motionless in the fog. This time, I stared at the screen longer, trying to make out details. He appeared to be wearing dark clothing, and there was something odd about his posture, too rigid, too still for someone just standing around. I shifted into drive without completing the backing maneuver, my heart beating a little faster than it should have been. Through my windshield, I could see the faint outline of the truck stop's main building, its windows glowing warmly in the fog. I drove forward to a new spot, closer to the other trucks, and began backing in again. The camera showed the familiar view of empty asphalt and fog, and, for a moment, I felt relieved. Then, as I continued reversing, he appeared again at the edge of the frame. The same figure, in the same position, at the same distance. As if he had moved with my truck, maintaining that exact 20-foot buffer behind my trailer. I stopped the truck abruptly, my hands gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. This didn't make sense. I'd moved to a completely different area of the parking lot, at least 100 yards from my original position. No one could have followed on foot that quickly, especially not in this fog. I stared at the monitor, watching the motionless figure, and noticed something else that made my skin crawl. The fog seemed to swirl and move around everything else in the camera's view, but around him, it remained perfectly still, as if he existed in his own pocket of calm air. I grabbed a flashlight from my toolkit and climbed down from the cab, the fog immediately wrapping around me like cold, damp fingers. The world had been reduced to a sphere of visibility maybe 10 feet in radius, beyond which everything dissolved into gray nothingness. I walked slowly toward the back of my trailer, the flashlight beam barely penetrating the thick air. My footsteps sounded muffled and strange, as if the fog was absorbing the sound before it could travel. When I reached the area where the man should have been standing, I found nothing but empty asphalt and swirling mist. Back in the cab, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe the camera was malfunctioning, worse than I'd thought, showing some kind of stored image or shadow from a previous location. Electronics could do strange things when they started failing, especially in humid conditions like this. I'd had GPS units that showed me driving through buildings and radios that picked up conversations in languages I couldn't identify. A glitchy backup camera wasn't really that unusual. But even as I told myself this, I knew it didn't explain the consistency of what I was seeing, the way the figure appeared in the exact same relative position no matter where I parked. I decided to try one more test. I drove to a third parking spot, this one near the front of the truck stop, where the lighting was brightest. Security lights mounted on tall poles created pools of visibility in the fog, and I could see the outlines of the building clearly. If there really was someone following my truck, the better lighting might reveal who or what it was. I shifted into reverse and watched the camera screen with a mixture of curiosity and dread. For several seconds, the monitor showed only empty pavement and the base of a light pole. Then, gradual as sunrise, the figure materialized at the edge of the frame. This time, the better lighting revealed more details that I immediately wished I hadn't seen. The man wasn't standing on the ground. He was floating approximately 6 inches above the asphalt, his feet dangling in the fog like he was hanging from invisible wires. His clothes appeared to be old-fashioned, possibly from decades past, and his face, though still unclear in the grainy image, seemed to be turned directly toward my truck, toward the camera. Toward me. Most disturbing of all, I could now see that his mouth was moving, as if he was speaking or trying to communicate something, though the backup camera had no audio capability. My hands shook as I shifted the truck back into drive, no longer caring about finding the perfect parking spot. I just wanted to get away from this place, fog or no fog. But as I prepared to leave the truck stop, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if leaving wouldn't help? What if this thing, whatever it was, wasn't tied to the location, but to the truck itself, to the camera? I sat there in the driver's seat, engine idling, trying to decide whether moving would solve the problem or simply take it with me down the highway. The decision was made for me when I noticed something that turned my blood to ice water. In the backup camera monitor, which should have been dark since I wasn't in reverse, I could see a faint image. The man was no longer 20 feet behind my trailer. He was closer now, maybe 10 feet, and rising higher in the air. His face was becoming clearer in the screen, and I could see his eyes, wide and unblinking, staring directly into the camera lens. His mouth continued moving in what looked like urgent, desperate speech, as if he was trying to warn me about something or ask for help I couldn't provide. I pressed the accelerator and drove toward the truck stop exit, not caring about proper procedures or safety checks. The fog seemed to part reluctantly as I drove, then close behind me like water. My CB radio crackled with static, then the howl of crushed metal. From Jake Morrison. The interstate stretched ahead like a black ribbon under the pale moon, and my 18-wheeler hummed its familiar tune as I pushed through the Nevada desert toward Reno. 23 years I'd been running these routes, and the sound of diesel engines and road noise had become my lullaby. But tonight, something felt different about the way the wind caught the trailer. The way my headlights seemed to lose themselves in the darkness ahead. Maybe it was just the coffee wearing thin, or maybe it was the strange radio chatter I'd been picking up for the past hour. The CB had been crackling with voices that didn't quite make sense. Fragments of conversations that seemed to drift in and out like stations from another time. drivers talking about roads that weren't on my GPS, reporting weather conditions that didn't match what I was seeing through my windshield. I'd tried switching channels, but the voices followed me, always just at the edge of clarity, like whispers in a crowded room. My rig, a midnight blue Peterbilt 379 that I'd named Sarah after my late wife, had been running smooth all day. The engine's steady rumble was a comfort, a constant companion through the lonely stretches of highway that connected one small town to another. The dashboard lights cast everything in a soft green glow, and the CB radio sat silent now, though I could swear I still heard those phantom voices threading through the white noise of tires on asphalt. It was past 2 in the morning when I first heard it, a sound that made me ease off the throttle and cock my head to listen. At first I thought it might be engine trouble, a bearing going bad, or maybe something loose in the trailer. But this wasn't mechanical, not exactly. It was a low, mournful wail that seemed to come from somewhere outside the cab, carried on the desert wind like the cry of some massive, wounded animal. The sound faded as quickly as it had come, leaving me with nothing but the steady drone of my engine and the whisper of wind around the cab. I checked my mirrors, scanned the darkness on both sides of the highway, but saw nothing except the endless expanse of sagebrush and distant mountains, silhouetted against the star-filled sky. The CB crackled once, a brief burst of static, then fell silent again. Miles passed, and I began to convince myself that what I'd heard was just the wind playing tricks, maybe the sound of air moving through some strange rock formation out in the desert. But then it came again, longer this time, a haunting wail that seemed to follow alongside my truck like a ghost keeping pace with the living. The sound had an almost metallic quality to it, as if someone were bending sheet steel until it screamed. But there was something organic underneath, something that spoke of pain and longing that made my skin crawl. I reached for the CB handset, keyed the mic, and called out into the night. "This is Midnight Express, eastbound on I-80, mile marker 94. Anyone else hearing that sound out there?" Static answered me, then a voice, faint and distorted, seemed to respond from somewhere far away. "The metal remembers," it said, so quietly I almost missed it. The metal always remembers. The highway ahead curved gently to the left, following the contours of the desert floor, and as I came around the bend, my headlights caught something that made me press harder on the brakes. There, perhaps a quarter-mile ahead, was what looked like another truck, but something was wrong with it. The shape was too angular, too broken, as if the trailer had been folded in half. Emergency flashers blinked weakly in the distance, barely visible against the darkness. As I drew closer, slowing Sarah to a crawl, the scene became clearer and more disturbing. It was indeed a truck, or what remained of one, but it looked as though it had been crushed by some enormous force. The trailer was compressed into an accordion of twisted metal, and the tractor unit was canted at an impossible angle, yet there were no skid marks on the pavement. No debris field, no sign of how such devastation could have occurred on this straight, empty stretch of highway. I pulled Sarah onto the shoulder about 100 yards away and set my 4-way flashers, then reached for my radio to call for emergency services. But as I keyed the mic, that wailing sound came again, louder now, and I realized with a chill that ran down my spine that it was coming from the wreckage ahead. The twisted metal was singing, crying out with a voice that seemed almost human in its anguish. Grabbing my flashlight from the sleeper berth, I climbed down from the cab and approached the wreck on foot. The desert air was cool against my skin, and I could hear small creatures scurrying through the brush on either side of the highway. My boots crunched on scattered pebbles as I walked, and with each step, that metallic howling grew more distinct, more purposeful, as if the wreckage were trying to communicate something important. The truck was at Kenworth, or had been, painted in what might have been red before whatever had happened here. The trailer was loaded with something heavy, I could tell, because the way it had compressed suggested enormous weight bearing down from above. But there was no bridge overhead, no cliff face, nothing that could have caused such destruction. The cab was empty, its windows spiderwebbed but not completely shattered, and I could see personal items scattered across the dashboard. A coffee cup, a small photograph, a CB radio handset dangling from its coiled cord. That's when I noticed the sound wasn't just coming from the wreckage itself. It was echoing, as if the twisted metal were responding to something else, something I couldn't see. I swept my flashlight beam across the desert floor, looking for any clue that might explain what had happened here, and that's when I saw them. Track marks in the sand, but not tire tracks. These were different, deeper, as if something incredibly heavy had moved parallel to the highway. The marks were spaced irregularly, sometimes close together, sometimes separated by 20 or 30 feet, and they seemed to follow the road for as far as my flashlight beam could reach. Whatever had made these impressions was massive, and it had been moving in the same direction I was traveling. The wailing from the crushed truck grew more insistent, and I began to make out what sounded almost like words within the metallic cry. "Run!" it seemed to say. "Run while you can." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I started backing toward Sarah, my flashlight beam dancing nervously across the wreckage. That's when I heard Sarah's engine change pitch. I spun around to see my truck, still idling on the shoulder, but something was wrong. The engine was revving higher as if someone had their foot on the accelerator, but I could see through the windshield that the cab was empty. The headlights flickered, dimmed, then blazed brighter than they should have been able to, casting long shadows across the desert floor. I started running toward my truck, but with each step the distance seemed to grow rather than shrink. The wailing from the wreckage behind me rose to a crescendo, and I could hear Sarah's engine screaming now, pushed beyond its limits. Her air brakes hissed and released repeatedly, as if she were trying to warn me of something approaching from behind. The ground began to vibrate under my feet, a rhythmic tremor that seemed to come from deep beneath the desert floor. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw something that defied explanation. The air above the wreckage was shimmering like heat distortion, but this was a cold desert night. Within that shimmer, I caught glimpses of movement, something enormous and mechanical, ghostly machinery that seemed to exist just outside normal vision. I reached Sarah just as the trembling in the ground became violent enough to rattle my teeth. My hands shook as I climbed into the cab and threw the transmission into gear. The engine responded immediately, and I pulled back onto the highway with more acceleration than I'd ever asked of her before. In my mirrors, I could see the air behind us continuing to shimmer and twist, and that horrible wailing grew loud enough to drown out even Sarah's engine. For the next 50 miles, I kept the accelerator pressed harder than I should have, glancing constantly at my mirrors, watching for any sign that whatever I'd encountered was following us. The CB remained silent except for occasional bursts of static, and gradually the desert night returned to its normal, quiet rhythm. When I finally stopped at a truck stop outside of Reno, I asked the other drivers if they'd heard anything about an accident on I-80, a crushed Kenworth near mile marker 94. They looked at me strangely and said they'd been monitoring the emergency channels all night, but there had been no reports of any accidents. One driver, an old-timer with gray whiskers and knowing eyes, pulled me aside and asked me to describe exactly what I'd seen. After I finished, he nodded. "The mirror never lies." From Jake Morrison. The thing about long hauls is that your mirrors become extensions of yourself, like extra limbs you never knew you needed until you're out here on these endless ribbons of asphalt. I've been pulling freight across the Midwest for 17 years now, and I can tell you that those rectangular reflections hold more stories than any driver's logbook ever could. Tonight, driving this stretch of Interstate 80 through Nebraska, with nothing but cornfields and darkness stretching to every horizon, I learned that sometimes those mirrors show you things you'd rather not see. It started around 2 in the morning, somewhere between Grand Island and Lincoln, when the world had settled into that peculiar quiet that only exists in the deep hours of night. The rain had been falling steady for the past hour, not heavy enough to slow me down, but persistent enough to turn my windshield into a canvas of shifting water patterns. My wipers kept their rhythmic beat, a metronome against the constant hum of the diesel engine beneath me. The radio had given up trying to pull in anything but static about 50 miles back, so it was just me, the rain, and the hypnotic sweep of my headlights cutting through the darkness ahead. That's when I first noticed the other truck in my side mirror. A big rig, looked like a Peterbilt from what I could make out through the rain and distance, running with the full trailer just like mine. Nothing unusual about that, mind you. This route sees plenty of overnight traffic, drivers trying to beat the morning rush or make delivery schedules that seem designed by people who've never sat behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler. What caught my attention wasn't the truck itself, but the way it sat in my mirror, maintaining the exact same distance behind me, mile after mile. I've got a natural rhythm when I drive the way most experienced truckers do. I'll speed up on the straightaways when visibility is good, ease off when the road curves or the weather gets tricky. It's an unconscious thing, like breathing, developed over thousands of hours and hundreds of thousands of miles. But this truck behind me seemed to match every subtle change in my speed without fail. When I accelerated slightly to pass a slower-moving sedan, the headlights in my mirror maintained their steady distance. When I eased off the throttle, approaching an overpass, where the rain was coming down harder, those same lights adjusted their pace accordingly. At first I chalked it up to coincidence, or maybe another driver with similar instincts running the same route. Lord knows there are plenty of us out here who've driven these roads so many times we could navigate them in our sleep. But as the miles rolled by and that truck continued to shadow my every move with mechanical precision, a small knot of unease began to form in my stomach. I told myself I was letting the isolation and the late hour get to me, that my mind was playing tricks in the way minds do when you've been staring at the same patch of highway for too long. I decided to test my growing suspicion. Up ahead I could see the glow of a truck stop, one of those 24-hour places that serve as lighthouses for drivers like myself navigating the dark ocean of interstate highways. I flicked on my turn signal early and began to ease toward the off-ramp, watching my mirrors carefully. Most drivers would continue on their route, maybe give a courtesy flash of their lights as they passed, but the truck behind me began to slow as well, its turn signal blinking in perfect synchronization with mine. The parking lot of the truck stop was mostly empty except for a handful of rigs lined up near the building, their drivers either grabbing coffee and food or catching a few hours of sleep in their cabs. I pulled into a spot near the back of the lot and shut down my engine, the sudden silence almost overwhelming after hours of constant road noise. Through my rear window, I watched the other truck pull in several spaces behind me, its headlights cutting out as the engine went quiet. I sat there for a moment, waiting to see the driver emerge from the cab. In the amber glow of the parking lot lights, I could make out the outline of the truck more clearly now. It was indeed a Peterbilt, an older model with a sleeper cab, painted in what looked like deep blue or black. The trailer behind it appeared to be a standard dry van, nothing remarkable about the setup. But as I watched and waited, no one got out. No movement in the cab, no interior lights, nothing to suggest there was actually someone inside. The unease that had been building in my gut blossomed into something closer to genuine concern. I've encountered my share of strange situations on the road over the years, but something about this felt different, wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. I grabbed my rain slicker and climbed down from my cab, telling myself I was just being neighborly, checking on a fellow driver who might be having trouble or feeling unwell. The rain had softened to a light mist that hung in the air like a shroud, creating halos around the parking lot lights and making everything look slightly out of focus. My boots crunched on the wet gravel as I walked toward the other truck, and I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down around me. Even the truck stop itself seemed unusually quiet. No sounds of activity from inside, no other drivers moving about. As I got closer to the mysterious truck, details began to emerge that made my skin crawl. The windshield was completely dark, not the kind of darkness you get from tinted glass, but an absolute blackness that seemed to absorb the light around it. The chrome bumper and grille were pristine, almost mirror bright, but there was something unsettling about their perfection, as if the truck had just rolled off a showroom floor. Despite its obviously older design, most disturbing of all, I realized I couldn't hear any of the normal sounds a truck makes, even when it's shut down. No ticking of cooling metal, no settling sounds from the suspension, no residual hum from electrical systems. I called out a greeting, my voice sounding thin and strange in the mist-heavy air, but received no response. Moving closer to the driver's side, I tried to peer up into the cab, but the windows reflected the parking lot lights back at me like mirrors, revealing nothing of the interior. I knocked on the door, a hollow metallic sound that seemed to echo longer than it should have, but still nothing stirred inside. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp night air. Every instinct I'd developed in nearly 2 decades of trucking was screaming at me to get away from this vehicle, to get back in my own rig and put as much distance between myself and this thing as possible, because that's what it was starting to feel like to me. Not a truck driven by another person, but a thing, something pretending to be normal but failing in small, crucial ways that my subconscious mind was picking up on. I backed away from the truck slowly, not wanting to turn my back on it entirely, and made my way back to my own cab as quickly as I could without breaking into a run. My hand shook slightly as I turned the ignition and brought the diesel engine rumbling back to life. The familiar sounds and vibrations of my own truck provided some comfort, a return to the mechanical reality I understood and trusted. I pulled out of the parking lot and back onto the interstate, checking my mirrors constantly but seeing no sign that the other truck was following. For a few miles I began to relax, convincing myself that I'd overreacted to what was probably just a driver catching some sleep or dealing with mechanical issues in an unusual way. The road stretched out ahead of me, empty and normal, and I started to settle back into the rhythm of driving. But then, as I crested a small hill about 10 miles from the truck stop, I saw them again in my mirror. Those same headlights, sitting at exactly the same distance behind me as before, matching my speed with that same uncanny precision. My mouth went dry as I realized that there was no way the other truck could have caught up to me so quickly, not unless it had been traveling at speeds far beyond what was safe or legal. The next 100 miles passed in a blur of growing tension and mounting dread. The truck behind me never varied its position, never attempted to pass, never fell behind. It was as if it was locked onto me somehow, tethered by invisible chains that kept us moving together through the night. I tried changing speeds dramatically, slowing down to well below the speed limit and then accelerating past it, but nothing I did affected the steady presence in my mirror. As dawn began to break over the eastern horizon, painting the sky in subtle shades of pink and gold, I saw a sight that nearly made me lose control of my rig. In the growing light, I could see more clearly into my mirrors, and what I saw defied explanation. The truck behind me was there, solid and real as anything, but the cab appeared to be completely empty. No silhouette of a driver, no movement, nothing to suggest human presence or control. My heart hammered against my ribs as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. Trucks don't drive themselves, not the way this one was doing, with perfect precision. And the watcher in the depths. For Marcus, the amber glow of the truck stop's overhead lights cast long shadows across the wet asphalt as I pulled my Peterbilt into the diesel bay. It was well past midnight, and the October rain had been drumming against my windshield for the better part of 3 hours, creating a hypnotic rhythm that had nearly lulled me into microsleep. Twice on the stretch between Bakersfield and this lonely outpost along Highway 99, the fuel gauge needle had been flirting with empty for the last 20 miles, and I'd pushed my luck far enough for one night. I'd been running this route for nearly 15 years, hauling produce from the Central Valley up to the Pacific Northwest, but I'd never stopped at this particular station before. Something about it had always felt off to me during my daytime runs, though I couldn't quite put my finger on what exactly bothered me about the place. Tonight, however, with my fuel running low and the next station still 40 miles north, I didn't have much choice in the matter. The diesel pump clicked and hummed as it began feeding fuel into my tank, and I found myself oddly mesmerized by the digital counter spinning upward. The rain continued its steady percussion on the metal canopy above, creating an almost musical quality that seemed to echo through the empty station. There were no other vehicles in sight, which struck me as unusual even for this late hour. Most truck stops along this corridor maintained at least some level of activity throughout the night, but this place felt abandoned, forgotten by the steady stream of commerce that flowed along the interstate. As I waited for the tank to fill, I walked around to stretch my legs and shake off the road weariness that had settled into my bones. The convenience store's windows glowed with harsh fluorescent light, but I could see no movement inside, no clerk behind the counter. A handwritten sign taped to the glass door read, "Pay at pump only, midnight to 6 a.m., which explained the absence of staff but did nothing to ease the growing sense of isolation that seemed to permeate the place. The fuel pump's automatic shutoff engaged with a decisive thunk, and I returned to complete the transaction. As I was replacing the nozzle on its cradle, I noticed that the fuel cap had rolled under the truck during my absent-minded moment of exploration. Cursing quietly under my breath, I dropped to one knee and peered into the shadows beneath the chassis, eventually spotting the cap near the rear dual wheels. It was as I was crawling partially under the truck to retrieve the wayward cap that I happened to glance up at the open fuel tank. The overhead lights created just enough illumination to cast a reflection on the surface of the diesel fuel below, and what I saw in that dark mirror made my breath catch in my throat. Two eyes were staring back at me from the depths of the tank, pale and unblinking, surrounded by what appeared to be a gaunt, weathered face floating just beneath the surface of the fuel. For a moment I remained frozen in my awkward position, certain that my tired mind was playing tricks on me, that the combination of fatigue and the strange lighting was creating an optical illusion. But as I continued to stare, the eyes in the reflection seemed to track my movement, following my gaze with an intelligence that sent ice water through my veins. The face appeared almost translucent, like something glimpsed through fog or murky water, yet the eyes held a clarity and intensity that felt utterly real. I scrambled backward from under the truck, fuel cap forgotten, my heart hammering against my ribs. Standing beside the pump, I tried to rationalize what I had just witnessed. Perhaps there had been some sort of reflecting surface near the fuel tank, a piece of chrome or polished metal that had caught the station's lights and created the illusion of a face. But even as I attempted to convince myself of this logical explanation, I knew it didn't account for the way those eyes had moved, the way they had seemed to focus directly on me with an awareness that defied any reasonable interpretation. The rain continued to fall, creating small rivers that flowed across the asphalt and disappeared into storm drains at the edges of the lot. I found myself reluctant to approach the truck again, though I knew I needed to replace the fuel cap before continuing my journey. The station's fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to make the entire scene pulse with an otherworldly quality. Finally, summoning my courage, I approached the fuel tank once more, moving slowly and deliberately. I told myself that I wouldn't look into the tank again, that I would simply thread the cap back into place and be on my way. But as I reached for the fuel filler neck, some irresistible compulsion drew my gaze downward into that dark opening. The eyes were still there, but now they seemed closer to the surface, and I could make out more details of the face surrounding them. Deep lines etched the translucent features, and the mouth appeared to be moving, as though the figure was trying to communicate something urgent. The lips formed words that I couldn't hear, but the expression conveyed a desperate pleading that made my skin crawl with sympathetic terror. As I watched in horrified fascination, the face began to rise through the fuel, approaching the surface with increasing speed. I could see now that it wasn't floating in the diesel at all, but rather ascending from some impossible depth that extended far beyond the physical dimensions of the fuel tank. The eyes never left mine as the figure rose, and I began to hear a sound like distant whispers carried on the wind, though the words remained indecipherable. My paralysis finally broke as the face neared the top of the tank opening, and I stumbled backward, knocking over a squeegee bucket and sending dirty water cascading across the wet pavement. The crash seemed to echo through the empty station with unnatural volume, and the fluorescent lights above flickered more violently, casting the scene into brief moments of darkness that made the shadows dance and writhe around me. From somewhere behind the convenience store came the sound of footsteps, slow and measured, approaching through the rain. I spun toward the sound, expecting to see a station attendant investigating the commotion, but the area remained empty of any visible human presence. The footsteps continued their steady approach, growing louder with each passing second, though no figure emerged from the darkness beyond the reach of the station's lights. I realized with growing panic that I needed to get the fuel caps secured and get out of this place immediately. Whatever was happening here, whether born of exhaustion, induced hallucination, or something far more sinister, I wanted no further part of it. With shaking hands, I grabbed the fuel cap from where it had fallen and threaded it quickly into place, not daring to glance again into the tank's depths. As I climbed back into the cab of my truck, I could still hear those measured footsteps circling the station, always just beyond the range of visibility. The engine turned over with reassuring mechanical reliability, and I put the transmission in gear, eager to return to the familiar comfort of the highway. But as I pulled away from the fuel island, I couldn't resist one final look back at the station in my side mirror. Standing beside the diesel pump where my truck had been moments before was a figure that seemed to be composed of shadow and rain. Tall and impossibly thin, with pale eyes that reflected the station's lights like twin stars. It stood motionless, watching my departure, and I had the unsettling impression that it was somehow disappointed by my escape. I drove through the night with my windows up and the radio turned high, trying to drown out the memory of those eyes staring up at me from the impossible depths of a fuel tank. Mile after mile passed beneath my wheels, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me from that station, something that now rode along in the darkness of my truck's fuel tank, waiting for the next moment when I might be compelled to look down into those diesel depths and meet its ancient, patient gaze once again. The rain eventually stopped, but my hands continued to tremble on the steering wheel until dawn broke over the eastern mountains. The gloves of mile marker 237. From Jake Morrison. The thing about driving long haul is that you start to notice patterns in the strangest places, like how certain truck stops always smell faintly of diesel and burnt coffee, no matter how many times they renovate, or how the same hitchhiker seems to appear at different on-ramps 3 states apart. But nothing prepared me for what I found at that rest area just past mile marker 237 on Interstate 80, somewhere in the endless stretch of Nebraska where the horizon bleeds into darkness and the only light comes from your headlamps cutting through the night. It was pushing 2 in the morning when I pulled my Kenworth into the way station, the engine's steady rumble finally settling into silence after 17 straight hours on the road. The rain had been following me since Iowa, drumming against the windshield in a rhythm that almost put me to sleep twice, and my hands ached from gripping the wheel through crosswinds that tried to push my trailer into the median. The rest area was nearly empty, just a couple of cars parked under flickering sodium lights that cast everything in that sickly yellow glow that makes even the most innocent places look haunted. I was reaching for my thermos when I noticed them lying on the picnic table nearest to my cab. A pair of work gloves that looked exactly like the ones I wore. Same brand, same faded brown leather, same worn patches on the palms where countless hours of loading and unloading cargo had left their mark. Someone must have left them behind, I figured. though it struck me as odd that they'd be sitting out in the rain like that, perfectly positioned as if someone had just removed them and walked away mid-task. The wind picked up as I climbed down from my cab, sending the gloves sliding slightly across the wet table surface, and for just a moment in my peripheral vision, it looked like they had moved on their own, fingers flexing against the wooden planks. But when I turned to look directly at them, they were still again. Just leather and stitching and the accumulated grime of honest work. I chalked it up to fatigue and the way shadows play tricks on your mind when you've been staring at highway lines for too long. Still, something about those gloves bothered me as I made my way to the restroom building, the automatic lights flickering on with a buzz that seemed too loud in the quiet night. Through the grimy windows, I could see my truck sitting alone under the parking lights, and there on the table, those gloves remained exactly where I'd seen them, though now they seemed to be pointing in a different direction, fingers spread as if reaching towards something I couldn't see. When I came back out, the rain had stopped, leaving everything glistening under the harsh lights, and I noticed that the gloves were no longer on the table. They were on the ground now, one lying near the trash can, the other closer to my truck, as if they had been dropped by someone walking in that direction. The logical part of my mind insisted that another trucker must have come and gone while I was inside, maybe picked them up and then decided they weren't worth keeping. But the parking area was still empty and I hadn't heard any engine starting or doors slamming. I bent down to pick up the glove nearest my cab, thinking I might as well toss him in the dumpster, and the leather was warm to the touch despite having been sitting out in the cold rain. The warmth seemed to pulse slightly, like a slow heartbeat, and when I lifted it closer to examine it in the light, I noticed that the interior lining showed the impression of fingers, as if someone had been wearing it just moments before, the leather still holding the shape of a human hand. That should have been my cue to get back in my truck and drive away, but curiosity has always been my weakness, and I found myself walking over to collect the second glove. This one was lying palm down near the base of a flickering streetlight, and when I reached for it, the fingers seemed to curl slightly, just enough to make me hesitate before convincing myself it was just the way the leather had dried after being soaked. But as I stood there holding both gloves, watching the light flicker overhead, I realized I could feel movement inside them, subtle but unmistakable, like invisible hands sliding in and out of the worn leather. The sensation was warm and oddly alive, and when I tried to drop them, my own hands seemed reluctant to let go, as if the gloves were somehow holding on to me, rather than the other way around. The temperature around me began to drop, despite the earlier warmth of the rain-soaked evening, and my breath started forming small clouds in the suddenly frigid air. The parking lot lights dimmed and brightened in slow waves, and in that shifting illumination, I watched in growing horror as the gloves in my hands began to move independently, fingers flexing and grasping, thumbs rubbing against palms in the unconscious gesture of someone working to restore circulation to cold hands. I tried again to release them, throwing my arms wide and shaking my hands violently, but the gloves remained attached to my palms as if they had grown there, the leather seeming to merge with my skin at the wrists. Panic set in as I realized that my own hands were no longer responding to my commands, instead moving in perfect synchronization with whatever unseen presence had inhabited the gloves, my fingers curling and straightening in patterns that felt foreign and wrong. The air around me grew thick and oppressive, filled with the scent of old leather and something else, something organic and unpleasant that reminded me of roadkill left too long in the sun. Through the possessed gloves, I could feel the presence of others, drivers who had stopped at this same rest area over the years, drawn by the same inexplicable compulsion to pick up these cursed remnants of someone else's journey. And I understood with crystalline clarity that I was about to join their number. My hands, no longer under my control, began walking me toward the edge of the parking area where the asphalt gave way to a steep embankment that dropped into darkness. Each step felt mechanical and inevitable, and though I struggled against the compulsion, my body continued its measured pace toward what I somehow knew would be my final destination, The gloves were guiding me toward whatever fate had claimed their previous wearers, and through the leather, I could feel the anticipation of the presence that controlled them. But as I reached the very edge of the embankment, my right boot slipping on the loose gravel, a semi's horn blared from the highway below, and the sudden sound broke whatever spell held me captive. The gloves released their grip so abruptly that I stumbled backward, falling hard onto the wet asphalt. And when I looked at my hands, they were my own again, unmarked but trembling uncontrollably. The gloves lay beside me where they had fallen, looking once again like nothing more than discarded work gear, but I could swear I saw them twitch once in the flickering light before lying still. Without looking back, I ran to my truck, fired up the engine, and pulled out of that rest stop, with my tires spinning on the wet pavement and my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to break free. I've been driving this route for 15 years since that night, and I always slow down when I pass mile marker 237, not because I want to stop, but because I need to see if those gloves are still there, waiting on that same picnic table for the next unsuspecting driver who thinks he's just found something someone forgot. Most nights the rest area is empty, just another dark spot along an endless highway, but sometimes, when the light is just right and the rain is falling in that particular way that blurs the boundaries between what's real and what's not, I can see them lying there in the yellow glow of the sodium lights, patient and motionless, ready to offer their warm embrace to the next pair of tired hands that reaches out to claim them. Crimson Streaks. From Jake Morrison. The rain started light that October evening as I pulled my Kenworth out of the truck stop just outside Bakersfield, bound for Seattle with a load of electronics. 23 years I've been running these highways, and I've learned to read weather like scripture. This storm had a different feel to it, though. Something unsettled in the way the clouds pressed down against the San Joaquin Valley, thick and oppressive as wet wool. My windshield wipers moved in their familiar rhythm, back and forth, clearing the droplets that grew steadily heavier as I climbed toward the grapevine. The CB crackled with chatter from other drivers, warnings about visibility dropping fast up ahead, but nothing I hadn't handled before. The engine hummed its steady diesel song beneath me, 18 wheels eating up the miles as the world outside grew darker and wetter. It was around 9:30 when I first noticed something odd. The wipers had been working fine, sweeping clean arcs across the glass, when suddenly there was a streak. Not water, something thicker, more viscous. In the glow of my headlights reflecting off the wet asphalt, it looked almost rust-colored, but rain will pick up all kinds of debris from the sky. Dust and pollution and who knows what else. I hit the washer fluid button and watched the spray hit the windshield, expecting the streak to dissolve and wash away. Instead, it seemed to spread, thinning out but not disappearing, just smearing across the glass in a way that made my stomach tighten with an unease I couldn't name. The wipers kept working, but now they were just moving this substance around, painting broad translucent stripes that caught the light from oncoming traffic in an unsettling way. The rain was coming down harder now, and I had to slow down as visibility dropped. Other trucks were pulling over at the next rest area, hazard lights blinking like orange fireflies in the storm, but I was making good time and wanted to push through. That was my first mistake, though I wouldn't realize it for another hour. As I climbed higher into the mountains, the strange substance on my windshield began to thicken. At first, I thought it might be some kind of industrial runoff, maybe from a chemical plant or factory somewhere upwind, carried by the storm clouds and now washing out in the rain. But the color was wrong. Too organic. Too familiar. In the intermittent glow of passing headlights, it looked less like rust and more like something I'd seen in my Army medic days, something that made my hands tighten on the steering wheel. The CB had gone quiet, except for the occasional crackle of static. Even the usual late-night chatter had died down, leaving me alone with the storm and the rhythmic squeak of my wipers, spreading this crimson film across my vision. I tried the radio, spinning through stations, but found only white noise and distant fragments of songs that faded in and out like ghost voices. By 10:15, I was seriously considering pulling over. The windshield was getting worse, and despite the constant motion of the wipers and repeated applications of washer fluid, the red streaks were building up into something that looked disturbingly like arterial spray. I'd seen enough battlefield injuries to recognize the pattern, the way blood moves when it hits glass at speed, and this was matching it stroke for stroke. But that was impossible. Blood doesn't fall from the sky like rain, doesn't coat highways and windshields and turn the night into something out of a fever dream. I shook my head, tried to focus on the road, on the sensible explanations. Industrial accident, somewhere upwind, red clay dirt picked up by the storm, anything but what my mind was trying to tell me I was seeing. That's when I saw the other truck. It was pulled over on the shoulder about a quarter mile ahead, hazard lights flashing, and as I got closer I could see the driver standing beside his cab, waving his arms. Professional courtesy demanded I stop. We look out for each other out here, and a driver in distress in weather like this could be facing real danger. I pulled over behind him, air brakes hissing, and grabbed my rain jacket. The wind hit me like a cold fist as I climbed down from the cab, and I had to lean into it to make my way forward. The other driver was standing in the red glow of his taillights, and as I got closer, I could see his windshield was covered in the same crimson film as mine, but much thicker. It looked like someone had taken a brush dipped in blood and painted broad, overlapping strokes across the entire surface. "Thank God someone stopped," he called out over the wind. "Been trying to clean this stuff off for 20 minutes, but it just keeps coming down thicker." I looked up into the rain, feeling the drops hit my face. In the glow of our running lights, I could see they weren't the clear drops of normal precipitation. Each one caught the light with a dark, reddish tinge, and when they hit my jacket, they left small rust-colored stains that didn't wash away in the subsequent rain. "What the hell is this stuff?" I called back, but he just shook his head. "Been driving 30 years, never seen anything like it. Radio's gone dead too. Haven't heard another soul on the CB since this started coming down heavy." We stood there for a moment, two small figures in the vast darkness, watching this impossible rain paint our trucks in shades of crimson. The wind carried a smell I didn't want to identify, metallic and organic, like the emergency room on a bad Friday night. "We need to get out of here," the other driver said suddenly, his voice tight with an OL fear that cut through the storm noise. "This ain't natural. This ain't right." I was about to ask him what he meant when I heard it. Over the wind, over the rain, over the sound of our idling engines, came another sound. Rhythmic, pulsing, like a heartbeat amplified through some massive speaker system. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the sky, from the road, from inside my own chest. The other driver heard it too. His face went white in the red-tinted light, and he started backing toward his cab. "Oh God," he whispered. "Oh God, it's starting." "What's starting?" I called after him, but he was already climbing up into his truck. His engine roared to life, and he pulled out onto the highway without another word, his taillights disappearing into the storm within seconds, leaving me alone with that impossible heartbeat and the rain that wasn't rain. I ran back to my own truck, the crimson drops hitting my face and hands like warm tears. As I climbed into the cab, I caught a glimpse of my windshield in the interior light, and my breath caught in my throat. The wipers were still running, but now they were creating patterns in the red film, spirals and symbols that looked almost like writing in some alphabet I'd never seen. I threw the truck in gear and floored it, desperate to get away from whatever was happening on that stretch of highway. The speedometer climbed past safe levels for the weather conditions, but I didn't care. The heartbeat sound was getting louder, more insistent, and through the crimson haze on my windshield I could see shapes moving in the storm. Tall figures that walked between the raindrops like they were strolling through a summer evening. For the next hour I drove like a man possessed. the wipers working frantically to clear my vision, but only succeeding in creating more of those strange patterns. The radio finally picked up a signal, a late-night AM station playing old country songs, and I held onto that thread of normalcy like a lifeline as I put miles between myself and whatever I'd encountered back there. By the time I reached the Sacramento truck stop, the rain had returned to normal, clear and clean, and washing the last of the crimson stains from my windshield. The other driver was there too, parked at the far end of the lot, and when I walked over to him, he just looked at me and shook his head. "You ever tell anyone about this?" he said quietly. "They'll say we're crazy." I nodded, understanding completely. Who would believe such a story? Who would accept that sometimes, on certain nights when the storm clouds gather just right, the rain falls red and the highway becomes something else entirely? But I kept one of my windshield wipers from that night, the one that had traced those impossible patterns. Sometimes, when the weather turns dark and the CB goes quiet, I take it out and look at the stains that never quite wash clean. And I remember the sound of that vast heartbeat, and I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed to see what came next. I still drive that route, but never at night when storms are brewing. Some things are better left undiscovered, some mysteries better left unsolved. The highway keeps its secrets, and some of them are written in rain that falls the color of blood. The Language of the Lost, from Marcus Holloway. The rear door of my refrigerated trailer had been moaning for 3 weeks straight, a low metallic groan that seemed to follow the rhythm of whatever unseen force pressed against it from within. I'd checked the cargo manifest a dozen times, confirmed the temperature settings, even pulled over at 2 different truck stops to inspect the latch mechanism, but everything appeared normal. 23 pallets of frozen seafood bound for Portland, all properly secured and accounted for. Still, that sound persisted. A mournful wail that seemed to grow more distinct with each passing mile across the endless Montana highways. At first, I dismissed it as nothing more than thermal expansion, the natural settling of metal as the refrigeration unit cycled on and off. After 15 years hauling refrigerated loads across the continental United States, I'd heard every possible variation of mechanical protest that a trailer could produce. But this was different. The moaning came in patterns, distinct sequences that repeated with an almost deliberate precision that made the hair on my arms stand on end during the quiet hours of early morning driving. The sound had first appeared somewhere outside of Denver, just as I'd merged onto Interstate 76 heading north toward Nebraska. I'd been fighting a tension headache and attributed the strange noise to fatigue, but as the miles accumulated and the sun traced its arc across the prairie sky, the pattern became impossible to ignore. 3 short groans, 3 long ones, 3 short again, followed by a pause that stretched exactly 15 seconds before the sequence repeated. Even with classic rock turned up loud enough to rattle the dashboard, I could feel those vibrations traveling through the frame of my Kenworth. A Morse code message tapped out in the language of stressed metal and supernatural persistence. My CB radio crackled with the usual chatter of drivers warning about speed traps and weather conditions, but I found myself reluctant to mention the phenomenon to my fellow truckers. There's an unspoken code among long-haul drivers about maintaining your reputation for reliability and mental stability. Too many stories about strange occurrences could earn you a reputation as someone who'd been on the road too long, someone whose grip on reality had loosened with too many consecutive hours staring at endless asphalt. But as I crossed into Wyoming under a sky that seemed too vast and empty, the moaning grew more insistent, more clearly articulated, as if whatever intelligence controlled it was growing impatient with my failure to respond. The temperature gauge for my trailer remained steady at -10 degrees Fahrenheit, exactly where it should be for maintaining the quality of my frozen cargo. I'd called my dispatcher twice to confirm that everything was proceeding according to schedule, partly to maintain contact with another human voice, but mostly to reassure myself that the normal world still existed beyond the increasingly surreal bubble of my truck cab. Sarah had sounded distracted both times, shuffling through paperwork while confirming my estimated time of arrival in Portland, but her voice carried the familiar tone of routine business that helped anchor me to reality. By the time I reached the lonely stretch of Highway 287 north of Rawlins, the sun had settled into that golden hour when the entire landscape seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. The moaning had evolved into something more complex. Additional sequences that created an elaborate conversation in dots and dashes that I couldn't interpret but somehow felt compelled to understand. I'd learned basic Morse code during my stint in the Navy 30 years ago, enough to recognize the SOS pattern that had been the foundation of the original sounds, but now the rear doors seemed to be transmitting entire paragraphs of information that flowed like an urgent whisper just beyond the edge of comprehension. The weight distribution of my load felt normal, the trailer tracking straight and true behind me, despite the increasingly rough pavement of the secondary highway I had chosen to avoid the congestion around Salt Lake City. But something had definitely changed in the cargo area. Through my side mirrors, I could see subtle shifts in the trailer's stance, as if the cargo was redistributing itself despite being properly secured with chains and straps. The refrigeration unit continued its steady hum, but underneath that mechanical rhythm, I could detect a new sound, something that resembled the soft whisper of movement, like dozens of people shifting restlessly in their sleep. As darkness settled across the Wyoming landscape, the moaning transformed into something that sounded almost musical, a harmony of metallic voices that rose and fell with the cadence of a funeral dirge. I had been driving for 11 hours straight, well within legal limits but pushing the boundaries of my own comfort, and the isolation of the empty highway was beginning to affect my perception. Stars appeared overhead with a clarity that seemed almost aggressive, too bright and too numerous, creating patterns that hurt to look at directly, but drew my attention away from the road with magnetic persistence. The GPS unit on my dashboard showed my position as a tiny arrow moving through vast expanses of empty space, but the satellite maps seemed to be lagging, displaying terrain features that didn't match what I could see through my windshield. According to the screen, I should be passing a rest area and a cluster of ranch buildings, but the landscape around me remained uniformly desolate. Nothing but sagebrush and distant mountains, under a sky that felt too low and too close. The moaning from my trailer had settled into a rhythm that matched my heartbeat exactly, as if whatever intelligence controlled it had learned to synchronize with my biological functions. I decided to pull off at the next available opportunity to inspect my cargo one final time, hoping to identify some rational explanation for the increasingly unsettling phenomena. A gravel access road appeared in my headlights, leading to what looked like an abandoned ranch gate, and I carefully maneuvered my rig onto the shoulder before engaging the parking brake. The sudden silence when I shut down the engine felt oppressive rather than peaceful, broken only by the steady cycling of the refrigeration unit and the metallic settling sounds that had become so familiar. Walking around to the rear of the trailer, I noticed that the doors appeared to be vibrating slightly, a tremor so subtle that I had to place my palm flat against the metal to confirm it was really happening. The latch mechanism showed no signs of tampering or mechanical failure, but the moaning sound was much louder back here, clearly emanating from the sealed cargo area with an intensity that made my teeth ache. Through the insulated walls, I could hear what sounded like dozens of voices whispering in unison, too quiet to understand individual words, but loud enough to create an unmistakable impression of urgent communication. The temperature readout on the external gauge still showed -10 degrees, but the metal surface of the doors felt warm to the touch, almost feverish, as if some tremendous heat source had activated inside the trailer. I fumbled for the keys to the rear door locks, my hands shaking not from the cold Wyoming air, but from a growing certainty that opening those doors would reveal something that would fundamentally change my understanding of reality. The whispers grew louder as I approached with the key, escalating into what sounded like a crowd of people calling my name, though I couldn't identify any individual voice among the chorus. The lock turned easily, too easily, as if it had been designed to open at exactly this moment. As I pulled the latch handle, the doors burst outward with tremendous force, knocking me backward onto the gravel road. A wave of frigid air rushed past me, carrying with it the overwhelming scent of oceanic depths and something else, something organic and ancient that made my stomach clench with instinctive revulsion. But instead of my carefully loaded pallets of frozen seafood, the trailer contained nothing but empty space that seemed to extend far beyond the physical dimensions of the cargo area. A void that swallowed my flashlight beam without revealing any back wall or ceiling. And from that impossible emptiness came dozens of pale figures, translucent forms that moved with the fluid grace of deep-sea creatures, their faces bearing expressions of desperate gratitude as they flowed past me into the Wyoming night. Each one paused as it passed, turning to look directly at me with eyes that held the accumulated wisdom of centuries spent in cold darkness, before disappearing into the sagebrush like morning mist touched by sunlight. The last figure lingered longer than the others, a woman in what appeared to be the remnants of a 1940s dress, her lips moving in a silent expression of thanks before she too faded into the vast emptiness of the high desert. I don't remember closing the trailer doors or climbing back into my cab, but dawn found me parked at a truck stop outside of Rock Springs with no clear memory of how I'd gotten there. My logbook showed that I'd driven nearly 200 miles during the night, but I had no recollection of the journey. The cargo manifest still listed 23 pallets of frozen seafood, and when I opened the rear doors in the bright morning sunlight, everything appeared exactly as it should be, properly secured and maintaining the correct temperature. But sometimes, during the quiet hours before dawn when I'm crossing some lonely stretch of interstate, I still hear that gentle moaning from the rear of whatever trailer I'm pulling, a sound like distant voices calling across an expanse of dark water, still transmitting their patient messages in the eternal language of those who wait to be found. The route that remembers. From Marcus. The GPS on my dashboard had been acting up for weeks, but I figured it was just the cold weather messing with the electronics. Winter runs through the Midwest can be brutal on equipment, and my old Peterbilt had seen better days. The screen would flicker sometimes, showing roads that didn't exist or suggesting routes that made no sense. But tonight was different. Tonight it seemed to know exactly where it wanted me to go. I was hauling a load of furniture from Chicago to Denver, a run I'd done dozens of times before. The interstate stretched ahead like a black ribbon under my headlights, and the steady hum of the diesel engine had settled into that familiar rhythm that could lull you into a trance if you weren't careful. Snow was starting to fall, light at first, just dusting the windshield before the wipers swept it away. The radio crackled with trucker chatter from miles away, voices floating in and out of the static like ghosts. It was just past midnight when the GPS began speaking in that mechanical female voice I'd grown accustomed to. "In 2 miles, take exit 127, it announced, the blue glow of the screen casting strange shadows across the cabin. I glanced down at the display and frowned. Exit 127 wasn't on my route. I was supposed to stay on the interstate for another 100 miles before my next scheduled stop, but somehow my finger moved to tap the screen anyway, accepting the new directions without really thinking about why. The exit ramp curved away from the main highway, leading me onto a 2-lane road that seemed older than the ones I was used to. The asphalt was cracked and patched, and there were no streetlights to speak of, just the occasional reflector post catching my headlights as I rolled past. The snow was falling heavier now, accumulating on the shoulders and making everything look soft and muffled. My CB radio had gone quiet, no more distant voices to keep me company. Continue straight for 5 miles, the GPS instructed, and I squinted through the windshield, trying to make out any landmarks in the darkness. Something about this road felt familiar, though I couldn't place exactly what. The way it curved to the left around a small hill, the spacing between the telephone poles, even the smell of the air coming through my vents seemed to trigger some deep memory that I couldn't quite grasp. The 5 miles passed slowly, marked only by the rhythmic sweep of my windshield wipers and the soft whisper of snow against the glass. When the GPS spoke again, its voice seemed different somehow, more urgent. Turn right onto Cedar Street. I looked around for a street sign but saw only a narrow gravel road, branching off into the darkness between 2 stands of bare oak trees. Cedar Street. The name sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the weather. I downshifted and turned the wheel, feeling the truck's weight shift as we left the pavement. The gravel crunched under my tires, and tree branches scraped against the sides of the trailer with a sound like fingernails on metal. This couldn't be right. There was no way this little road could handle a full-size semi, but somehow I kept moving forward, drawn by something I couldn't name. The trees opened up after a quarter mile, revealing a small residential street lined with modest houses. Most were dark, their windows like dead eyes staring out at nothing. A few had porch lights on, casting weak yellow pools that barely pushed back the night. The snow was falling steadily now, coating everything in a thin layer of white that made the whole scene look like something from an old photograph. "Your destination is ahead on the left," the GPS announced, and my blood turned to ice water in my veins. I knew this street. I knew it better than any highway I'd ever driven, because I'd lived here once, 23 years ago, before everything went wrong, before the night that changed everything. The house appeared in my headlights exactly as I remembered it. A small ranch-style home with blue siding and white trim, the same crooked fence post in the front yard, the same mailbox leaning at a slight angle, even the same crack in the driveway that I used to ride my bike over, feeling the little bump under my wheels. But it couldn't be the same house because that house had burned down decades ago, taking my family with it. I pulled the truck to a stop at the curb, the air brakes hissing in the quiet night. The GPS screen had changed, no longer showing a map but displaying a message in simple white text. "Welcome home, Marcus. Time to remember." My hands were shaking as I reached for the CB radio, trying to call for help or at least contact another driver who might be able to tell me where I was. But the radio produced only static, a harsh white noise that seemed to grow louder the more I adjusted the frequency. Outside, the snow continued to fall, but it was falling upward now, drifting up from the ground toward the sky in lazy spirals that defied gravity. The front door of the house opened, and a figure stepped out onto the porch. Even through the snow and darkness, I could see it was my younger brother Tommy, looking exactly as he had on that last night. 8 years old, wearing his favorite dinosaur pajamas, his hair messy from sleep. He raised his hand and waved at me, just like he used to when I would come home late from my job at the gas station. I tried to put the truck in gear to drive away from this impossible place, but the engine had gone quiet. The dashboard lights were still on, casting everything in an eerie green glow, but I couldn't hear the diesel rumbling anymore. The silence was complete, except for the sound of my own breathing, rapid and shallow with panic. More figures emerged from the house, my parents, looking tired and worried the way they had during those final months when money was tight and Dad was working double shifts at the factory. My sister Sarah, home from her first semester of college, carrying the textbook she'd been studying that night when the fire started. They all stood on the porch, watching me, waiting for something. The GPS spoke again, but now it was Tommy's voice coming from the speakers, young and eager and heartbreakingly familiar. "Come inside, Marcus. We've been waiting for you to come home. We've been waiting so long." I fumbled for the door handle, my fingers numb with cold and fear. Every rational part of my mind was screaming that this wasn't real, that I needed to get out of here, that houses didn't rebuild themselves and dead people didn't stand on porches waving in the snow. But another part of me, the part that had carried guilt and grief for over 2 decades, wanted nothing more than to walk up that familiar sidewalk and tell them all how sorry I was. Sorry that I'd been out that night instead of home where I belonged. Sorry that I'd taken the late shift at work to earn extra money for Christmas presents. Sorry that I wasn't there when the space heater in the basement overheated and sent flames racing through the old wooden frame of the house. Sorry that I'd survived when none of them had. The truck door opened with a loud creak, and cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of wood smoke and something else, something burning. I stepped down from the cab, my boots crunching in the snow, and started walking toward the house. With each step, the memories came flooding back more clearly. Tommy's laugh during our last game of catch, Mom humming while she made dinner, Dad trying to fix the basement heater with tools that were too old and knowledge that wasn't quite enough. But as I reached the front gate, something made me stop. The GPS in my truck had started speaking again, cycling through different voices now. First my mother, warning me to be careful on the icy roads. Then my father, asking when I'd be home for dinner. Then Sarah reading me a poem she'd written for her English class. And finally Tommy again, but not the cheerful greeting from before. This time he was screaming, calling for help, begging someone to save them from the fire. The sound broke the spell, and suddenly I could see the house as it really was. Not the warm, welcoming home of my memories, but a blackened ruin, its walls collapsed and roof caved in. The figures on the porch were still there, but they weren't waving anymore. They stood perfectly still, their faces turned up toward the falling snow, and I could see now that the white flakes weren't snow at all, but ash, drifting down from a sky that glowed red with reflected flames. I ran back to the truck, my heart hammering against my ribs, and yanked the door open. This time the engine started immediately, the diesel roaring to life like it was eager to escape this place. I threw the transmission into drive and pressed the accelerator, feeling the truck lurch forward. In my mirrors, I could see the house beginning to burn again, orange light flickering in the windows, smoke pouring from the broken roof. The GPS was silent now, its screen showing only a blank blue display. I drove through the night, following The Passenger I Never Picked Up, from Jake Morrison. The Interstate 80 stretch through Nevada has always been my least favorite haul, especially during those long winter nights when the desert cold seeps through the cab and makes every mile feel like 10. I've been driving truck for nearly 15 years now, hauling everything from electronics to furniture across this great country, and I thought I'd seen just about everything the road could throw at me. The way station delays, the four-wheelers who don't understand stopping distance, the lot lizards at the truck stops, even the occasional mechanical breakdown in the middle of nowhere. But nothing, absolutely nothing, had prepared me for what happened on that particular January night when I was deadheading back to Sacramento with my empty trailer rattling behind me like a ghost train. The weather had been threatening all day, with those heavy gray clouds that hang low over the desert like a wool blanket, and by the time I passed Winnemucca, the first fat snowflakes were starting to splatter against my windshield. My Peterbilt 379 was running smooth as silk, that Caterpillar engine humming its familiar lullaby, but something felt different that night. Maybe it was the way the CB radio kept crackling with static, or how the usual chatter from other drivers seemed muted and distant. Even my satellite radio was acting up, cutting in and out until I finally gave up and settled for the rhythmic thrum of my diesel and the whisper of wind around the cab. I had been on the road since dawn, and fatigue was starting to creep into my bones like the cold. My logbook said I could legally drive for another 3 hours, but I was already scanning the horizon for the familiar glow of a truck stop where I could grab some coffee and maybe a hot meal. The GPS showed a travel plaza about 40 miles ahead, and I was looking forward to stretching my legs and warming up in a place with other human beings. The highway was nearly empty, just the occasional pair of headlights passing in the opposite direction, their light briefly illuminating the falling snow before disappearing back into the darkness. That's when I first noticed him in my passenger side mirror, At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe the reflection of my own cab lights or the glow from my instrument panel creating shadows that looked like something they weren't. But as I adjusted the mirror to get a better look, I could clearly see a figure sitting in what should have been my empty passenger seat. He appeared to be wearing a dark jacket or coat, and his head was turned slightly away from me as if he were looking out the passenger window at the passing desert landscape. My heart did that little skip it sometimes does when you think you see a spider out of the corner of your eye, only to realize it's just a piece of lint. I turned my head to look directly at the passenger seat, and of course, it was empty. Just my thermos sitting in the cup holder and my atlas folded open on the seat, exactly as I had left them at my last fuel stop. But when I glanced back at the mirror, there he was again, sitting perfectly still and quiet, like he belonged there. Like he had been riding with me for hours and I was just now noticing. The logical part of my brain, the part that deals with bills and schedules and DOT regulations, immediately started offering explanations. I was tired, obviously. I had been driving for too many hours, and my eyes were playing tricks on me. The mirror was probably reflecting something from outside, maybe lights from a distant building or even another vehicle that was somehow positioned just right to create this illusion. I had heard other drivers talk about highway hypnosis, that strange state where your mind starts to wander and you begin seeing things that aren't really there. But as the miles rolled by, the figure remained constant in my mirror. He never moved, never turned his head, never seemed to shift position in the way a real person would during a long ride. He just sat there, patient and still, like he was content to ride along in silence for as long as I continued driving. The snow was falling heavier now, and I had to turn on my wipers to keep the windshield clear, but even through the rhythmic sweep of the blades and the increasing intensity of the storm, he remained visible in that mirror. I tried adjusting the mirror again, angling it up and down, side to side, thinking that if this was just some kind of optical illusion, I could make it disappear by changing the angle of reflection. But no matter how I positioned the mirror, he was always there, sitting in that passenger seat that I knew was empty. I even reached over and patted the seat with my right hand, feeling nothing but the familiar vinyl upholstery and the atlas pages rustling under my touch. The truck stop ahead was becoming more urgent in my mind, not just because I needed coffee and a break, but because I was starting to question my own sanity. I had never experienced anything like this before, and it was beginning to unnerve me in a way that had nothing to do with being tired. This wasn't like seeing shapes and clouds or thinking you hear your name in the wind. This was specific, detailed, and persistent. The figure in the mirror had substance and form, and even though I couldn't make out his facial features in the dim light, I could see the outline of his shoulders, the way his hair fell across his forehead, even what looked like the collar of his jacket. As I crested a small hill, I could finally see the bright lights of the travel plaza spreading across the desert like a small city. The familiar sight of other trucks parked in neat rows, their running lights twinkling like Christmas decorations, should have been comforting. But when I glanced at the mirror again, something had changed. The figure was no longer looking out the side window. His head had turned, and even though I still couldn't see his face clearly, I had the distinct impression that he was now looking directly at me. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, and I could feel sweat forming on my palms despite the cold air in the cab. I tried to focus on the road ahead, on the routine tasks of slowing down and preparing to exit for the truck stop. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched by someone who shouldn't exist. Someone who was there and not there at the same time. The exit ramp curved gently to the right, and as I downshifted and began to slow down, I heard something that made my blood freeze in my veins. It was the soft squeak of vinyl, the sound a seat makes when someone shifts their weight. The sound was coming from the passenger side of the cab. I jerked my head to the right, my heart hammering against my ribs. But the passenger seat was still empty. The atlas was still there. My thermos was still in the cup holder. Everything was exactly as it should be. But the mirror told a different story. The figure was leaning forward now, and for the first time, I could partially see his face in the dim reflection. What I saw there wasn't human. Not entirely. The features were wrong somehow. Too angular, too sharp. Like someone had tried to approximate a human face, but had gotten the proportions slightly off. I pulled into the truck stop parking lot much faster than I normally would, my diesel engine brake chattering as I fought to bring 18 wheels to a controlled stop. Other drivers were walking between the rows of parked trucks, their breath visible in the cold air, their faces illuminated by the harsh parking lot lights. Normal people doing normal things, in a normal world where passengers didn't appear in mirrors when they weren't actually in the cab. But even as I shut down the engine and set the air brakes, even as the familiar sounds of the truck stop surrounded me, I couldn't bring myself to look at that passenger mirror again. Because somehow, I knew that whatever was sitting in that reflection was still there, waiting patiently for me to continue down the road, waiting to ride along to wherever I was going next, a companion I had never invited and couldn't seem to leave behind. I sat there in the sudden quiet of the cab, listening to the engine tick as it cooled, knowing that sooner or later I would have to look at that mirror again, and wondering what I would do if the passenger was still there. Still watching, still waiting for the journey to continue. It was playfulness. From Marcus Chen, the GPS died somewhere between mile marker 847 and what should have been the exit for Riverside Truck Plaza. I'd been driving my Kenworth T6 180 for 14 hours straight, fighting through a storm that seemed to follow me from Nebraska into Colorado when the screen flickered once and went black. The rain hammered against my windshield in sheets so thick that my wipers could barely keep up, and the yellow lines beneath my tires had become suggestions rather than certainties. When the glow of what looked like a truck stop materialized through the downpour, I didn't hesitate to take the off-ramp. The first thing that struck me as odd was how the rain seemed to stop the moment I pulled onto the lot's entrance. Not gradually like passing under an overpass, but instantly, as if I'd driven through an invisible curtain. My wipers squeaked against suddenly dry glass, and I switched them off, grateful for the reprieve. The silence that followed felt heavy, broken only by the steady rumble of my diesel engine and the soft hiss of air brakes from somewhere in the distance. The parking lot stretched before me like a concrete ocean, illuminated by towering sodium lights that cast everything in a sickly orange glow. Row after row of 18-wheelers sat in perfect formation, their chrome bumpers and aluminum trailers reflecting the harsh light back into the night. I'd seen big truck stops before, massive complexes that could hold 300 or 400 rigs. But this place seemed to go on forever. The neat rows of parking spaces disappeared into the darkness beyond the reach of the lights, and I couldn't make out where the lot ended and the night began. I guided my rig down the main thoroughfare, looking for an empty spot. Every space I passed held a truck, each one sitting dark and silent like sleeping giants. Peterbilts with their long hoods gleaming, Freightliners with mud flaps that read everything from Mud Flap Girl to Jesus Saves. Volvos with their distinctive European styling. The variety was impressive, almost like someone had collected every make and model of semi-truck ever manufactured and arranged them in this vast display. After 10 minutes of driving deeper into the lot, I finally found an empty space between a pristine white Mack Anthem and a well-worn International. The space was perfectly sized, marked with fresh yellow paint that seemed to glow under the sodium lights. I backed in with practiced ease, feeling the familiar satisfaction of a perfectly executed parallel park. My air brakes hissed as I settled the rig, and I shut down the engine, letting the sudden quiet wash over me. The absence of sound was almost oppressive. At any normal truck stop, even in the dead of night, there would be noise. Generators humming, refrigeration units cycling on and off, drivers walking between their rigs and the facilities. But here, the silence was complete, broken only by the soft ticking of my cooling engine and the occasional groan of settling metal. I climbed down from the cab, my boots hitting the asphalt with a sharp crack that seemed to echo far longer than it should have. The air smelled of diesel and rain, but underneath those familiar scents was something else, something that reminded me of old concrete and forgotten places. I stretched, working the kinks out of my back from the long haul, and looked around at my neighbors. The white Mac beside me was immaculate, its paint job so perfect it looked like it had just rolled off the showroom floor. But when I walked around to check out the cab, I noticed that the windows were tinted so dark they were nearly opaque. I couldn't see inside, couldn't tell if anyone was sleeping in the bunk. The lack of any personal touches, no mud flaps with cute sayings, no CB antenna, no company logos, struck me as strange. Most owner-operators decorated their rigs like mobile homes, but this truck was sterile, anonymous. The International on my other side was the opposite extreme. Rust had claimed the edges of the door frames, and the blue paint had faded to a chalky gray in patches. But like the Mac, its windows were dark, and I couldn't detect any signs of life inside. No reading light from the sleeper, no glow from a phone or tablet, nothing to indicate that a human being was resting within. I walked toward the front of the lot, looking for the main building, the restaurant and showers and driver's lounge that every truck stop had, but as I walked, the building seemed to recede before me, always just beyond the reach of the next set of lights. The rows of trucks continued endlessly to my left and right, each one dark and silent, and I began to feel like I was walking through a mechanical graveyard. The lights overhead hummed with a low electrical buzz that I hadn't noticed before. The sound seemed to get inside my head, a constant vibration that made my teeth ache. I stopped walking and listened, trying to identify other sounds, but there was only that buzz and the soft whisper of wind moving between the trailers. That's when I noticed that some of the trucks weren't quite right. A Peterbilt 399 with chrome stacks that gleamed like mirrors, but the cab sat at a slight angle, as if the suspension had failed on one side. A Volvo with a sleeper that appeared to be just a few inches too long for the chassis, giving it an stretched, distorted appearance. Small things, subtle wrongnesses that you might not notice unless you looked closely, but I'd been around trucks my entire adult life, and these details nagged at me. I turned to head back to my rig, thinking I'd wait until morning to find the facilities, but the walk back seemed longer than it should have been. The rows of trucks looked identical now, and I couldn't remember if I'd turned left or right when I'd started walking. The sodium lights cast harsh shadows that seemed to move as I passed beneath them, and every truck began to look like every other truck. After 20 minutes of walking, I found myself back in the same spot where I'd started, or at least a spot that looked identical. The white Mac and the faded International sat exactly where I remembered them, but when I climbed back into my cab, something felt different. The seat was adjusted wrong, sitting too far forward for my long legs. My logbook, which I'd left on the passenger seat, was now sitting on the dashboard. Small things that could be explained by fatigue and stress, but they made my skin crawl. I tried starting the engine, thinking I'd find another truck stop, somewhere with lights and people and the familiar chaos of the road. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The dashboard didn't light up, the starter didn't turn over, nothing. I tried again, pumping the accelerator, checking the battery connections, going through all the troubleshooting steps I'd learned over 15 years of long-haul driving. The truck was completely dead. Outside, the other trucks began to show signs of life. Not their engines, but their lights. One by one, headlights began to flicker on throughout the lot. Not the steady beam of normal headlights, but a slow, rhythmic pulsing like electronic heartbeats. The effect spread through the rows of trucks like a wave, each one joining the synchronized flashing until the entire lot pulsed with orange and white light. I grabbed my cell phone, hoping to call for help, but the screen showed no signal, no bars, nothing. When I looked out through my windshield, I could see that the trucks were moving now, not driving, but shifting slightly in their spaces, like sleeping animals stirring in their dreams. The white Mack beside me rocked gently on its springs, and I could hear the squeal of metal under stress. The pulsing lights began to accelerate, beating faster and faster until they created a strobe effect that made everything seem to move in slow motion. I could see shapes moving between the trucks now, tall and thin and wrong somehow, gliding between the rows with movements that were too smooth to be human. They seemed to be checking each truck, running their elongated fingers along the trailers and cabs as if taking inventory. My engine suddenly roared to life without me turning the key. The dashboard lit up like Christmas, every warning light and gauge glowing bright red. I didn't question the miracle. I threw the transmission into drive and hit the accelerator. My truck lurched forward, tires squealing on the wet asphalt, and I aimed for what I hoped was the exit. Behind me, I could hear other engines starting, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. In my mirrors, I could see headlights beginning to move, trucks pulling out of their spaces and forming into a convoy that stretched back into the darkness. They weren't chasing me exactly, but they were following, maintaining a steady distance as I raced through the endless rows toward what I prayed was the way out. The exit came suddenly, a break in the pattern of lights that led to a narrow ramp. I took it without slowing, feeling my trailer sway dangerously as I climbed back toward what looked like the main highway. Behind me, the convoy had stopped at the edge. The Frequency of the Forgotten. From Jake Morrison. The CB radio had been crackling with static for the better part of 3 hours as I guided my Peterbilt through the winding mountain passes of eastern Oregon. It was one of those late October nights when the fog rolls in thick and heavy, turning your headlights into nothing more than pale suggestions against the darkness. The familiar weight of my rig beneath me and the steady thrum of the diesel engine were the only constants in a world that seemed to be dissolving at the edge. I'd been running this route between Portland and Boise for nearly 15 years, knew every curve and grade like the lines on my weathered hands, but tonight felt different somehow, as if the mountains themselves were holding their breath. The radio had been my companion through countless lonely miles, a lifeline to other drivers navigating the same endless ribbons of asphalt. Tonight, though, it offered nothing but an irritating wash of white noise that seemed to pulse with an almost rhythmic quality. The temperature gauge showed everything running normal, but I could feel something off in the way the engine was responding. Not mechanical exactly, but more like the truck itself was uneasy about something up ahead. I'd learned to trust these instincts over the years. A good driver develops a relationship with his rig, learns to read its moods and warnings like a sailor reads the wind. Around mile marker 127, just past the old logging station that had been abandoned since the mill closures, the static on the radio began to change. Instead of the uniform hiss I'd been hearing, there were breaks, patterns that almost sounded like someone trying to speak through a wall of interference. I reached over and adjusted the squelch, thinking maybe I could clean up the signal enough to make contact with another driver. The loneliness of these mountain roads could get to you if you weren't careful. The fog seemed to be getting thicker, pressing against my windshield like searching fingers. My wipers squeaked against the glass in a steady rhythm that began to match the pulsing of the static. That's when I first heard it. So faint I almost dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks. Between the waves of interference, barely audible above the engine noise, came what sounded like a voice calling my name. Jake Morrison. I fumbled for the CB handset, my heart rate picking up slightly. This is Big Dog. Come back. Someone trying to reach me out there? The static swallowed my words without even an echo in response. But then it came again, clearer this time, definitely saying my name with a strange, hollow quality that made the hair on my arms stand up. Jake Morrison! Jake Morrison! The voice was neither male nor female, but something in between, distorted by the static until it sounded almost mechanical. I tried switching channels, thinking maybe someone was trying to reach me on a different frequency. Channel 9, Channel 19, even the weather band, but the voice followed me across every setting, always accompanied by that rhythmic pulse of interference. My speedometer showed I was doing 55, right where I should be for this stretch of road, but something felt wrong about my progress. The mile markers seemed to be passing too slowly, as if time itself was stretching like taffy. The dashboard clock read 2:17 a.m., but I could have sworn it had been showing nearly the same time for the past 20 minutes. Jake Morrison. We've been waiting for you, Jake Morrison. This time the voice was unmistakably clear, and the words sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the October air seeping through the window seals. I grabbed the handset again, pressing it so hard against my mouth that I could taste the plastic. Who is this? How do you know my name? Come back! The only response was that endless static, but now it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. Not just the radio, but from the very air around me, as if the fog itself was alive with electrical interference. My skin began to tingle, the same feeling you get just before lightning strikes, and I noticed the fine hairs on my forearms were standing straight up. The headlights caught something up ahead, a shape that didn't belong on this empty stretch of highway. As I got closer, I could make out the silhouette of another truck, a big rig pulled off on the shoulder with its hazard lights blinking in the thick fog. My first instinct was to help, the unwritten code of the road that had governed my driving for over a decade. But something about the scene made me ease off the accelerator instead of pulling over. The truck was old, older than anything I'd seen still running these days. The cab design looked like something from the 70s, all sharp angles and chrome that reflected my headlights in odd, distorted patterns. As I passed slowly, trying to see if there was a driver in need of assistance, the static on my radio reached a fever pitch, so loud I had to turn the volume down to protect my ears. Jake Morrison, pull over, Jake, we've been waiting so long. The voice was crystal clear now, no longer filtered through the static, but riding on top of it like a surfer on a wave. And that's when I saw the driver of the other truck, or rather, the space where a driver should have been. The cab was empty, but the radio antenna was glowing with a pale phosphorescent light that pulsed in perfect time with the static coming through my speaker. I pressed harder on the accelerator, my instincts screaming at me to put distance between myself and whatever that thing was masquerading as a broken down truck. But as my speedometer climbed past 60, then 70, the mile markers seemed to crawl by even slower, as if I was running in place despite the engine's increasing roar. In my mirrors, I could see the other truck's lights beginning to move, pulling back onto the highway behind me. But it wasn't accelerating normally. Instead, it seemed to be gliding, floating just above the asphalt with that eerie glow spreading from its antenna to encompass the entire cab. The static on my radio was so intense now that it seemed to be affecting my truck's electrical system. The dashboard lights flickered, and my GPS screen went blank except for fuzzy horizontal lines. Jake Morrison. You can't run from us, Jake. We know this road better than you do. The voice was all around me now, coming from the radio, the CB, even seeming to vibrate through the seat beneath me. I tried switching off the radio completely, but the voice continued as if it had found a way to bypass the electronics entirely and speak directly into my mind. The fog was getting so thick I could barely see 20 feet ahead, and my headlights seemed to be dimming despite showing full power on the instrument panel. That's when I noticed the road signs. They should have been showing the approach to Summit Pass, but instead I was seeing markers for places I'd never heard of. Raven's Gulch, population 0, Whispering Flats, elevation unknown. The signs themselves looked weathered and old, as if they'd been standing in the mountain air for decades longer than the highway had existed. The truck behind me was getting closer, close enough that I could see it more clearly in my mirrors. The cab was definitely empty, but there was something moving inside. Shadows that shifted and writhed like smoke given form. The glow from its antenna had spread to its headlights, turning them into twin stars of cold blue-white fire that seemed to burn through the fog rather than illuminate it. Jake Morrison. It's time to come home, Jake. It's time to join the frequency. I realized with growing horror that I wasn't just being followed, I was being herded. Every time I tried to take my foot off the accelerator, to slow down and get my bearings, the phantom truck would surge closer, its unnatural light washing over my trailer. And every time I sped up, the road itself seemed to stretch, keeping me trapped in this endless loop of fog and static and that terrible, persistent voice. My fuel gauge was showing 3/4 full, but that couldn't be right. I'd been driving for hours, pushing the engine harder than I ever had before. The needle should have been dropping steadily, but instead it held firm, as if the normal rules of physics had been suspended along with everything else that made sense. Ahead, through the swirling fog, I could see lights. Not the scattered glow of a small mountain town, but something more organized, more deliberate. As I got closer, the static on my radio began to fade, replaced by what sounded like dozens of voices, all calling different names in that same hollow, mechanical tone. But underneath it all, persistent and clear, my own name continued to echo. The lights resolved into the shape of a truck stop, but like everything else on this impossible stretch of road, it was wrong. The design was too old. The neon signs advertising brands of fuel and food that hadn't existed for decades. And in the parking lot, arranged in perfect rows, were dozens of trucks, all dark, all empty, all glowing with that same pale, phosphorescent light. Again, the cargo that couldn't wait. From Marcus Rivera. The manifest said it was pharmaceuticals, but pharmaceuticals don't usually come with temperature warnings that specific. Keep it between 68 and 72 degrees Fahrenheit, the paperwork stressed in bold red letters, with a secondary note that made my skin crawl. Time sensor delivery. Product degrades rapidly upon exposure to ambient conditions. I'd been hauling freight for Consolidated Transport for 15 years, and I'd never seen language quite like that before. But the pay was triple my usual rate for a simple overnight run from Portland to Sacramento. Sometimes you don't ask questions when the money's that good. The loading dock at the Meridian Research Facility sat tucked away in an industrial district where the streetlights seemed dimmer than they should be, casting everything in a sickly amber glow that made shadows dance where they shouldn't. The facility itself looked more like a fortress than a laboratory. All concrete and narrow windows that reflected nothing but darkness. 2 men in pristine white coats supervised the loading of 12 identical crates, each about the size of a large cooler, each bearing the same cryptic warning labels in multiple languages. The older of the two, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses, approached my cab as I performed my pre-trip inspection. "Driver Rivera," he said, consulting a clipboard with the precision of a man who measured his life in increments. "You understand the critical nature of this shipment's timeline. These specimens must reach the Sacramento facility before 6 a.m., and under no circumstances should the refrigeration unit fail. The backup power cells should maintain temperature for 4 hours in case of primary failure, but I cannot stress enough how important it is that you avoid any delays." Something in the way he said specimens instead of pharmaceuticals made my stomach tighten, but I nodded and assured him I'd make the delivery window with time to spare. The route down Interstate 5 was straightforward enough, and my Peterbilt was in perfect condition, her refrigeration unit serviced just last month. As I pulled away from the facility, I caught a glimpse of the thin man in my side mirror, still standing under that sickly light. watching my trailer disappear into the night with an expression I couldn't quite read. The first hour of the drive passed without incident, the familiar rhythm of diesel engine and road noise creating the meditative state that came with long-haul driving. The refrigeration unit hummed its steady song behind me, maintaining its prescribed temperature with mechanical precision. Rain began to spatter against my windshield as I crossed into Oregon's southern reaches, each droplet catching the light from oncoming traffic and creating brief prismatic flashes that helped keep me alert. The radio crackled with the usual late-night chatter between drivers, complaints about traffic and weather, and the eternal hunt for good coffee. But I found myself too focused on that temperature gauge to join the conversation. It was just past midnight when I noticed the first anomaly. The digital readout on my refrigeration monitor flickered briefly, showing a temperature spike to 75 degrees before settling back to 71. Nothing too concerning on its own. These units had minor fluctuations all the time, but something about the timing felt wrong. The spike had lasted exactly 7 seconds, and when it settled, I could have sworn I heard something from the trailer behind me, not the usual creaking of settling cargo, but something that sounded disturbingly like a sigh. 20 minutes later, it happened again. This time, the temperature climbed to 77 degrees and stayed there for nearly 15 seconds while I held my breath and watched the gauge with growing unease. The sound that followed was clearer now, definitely coming from inside the trailer, and it didn't sound mechanical at all. It sounded organic, like something drawing a deep, shuddering breath followed by what might have been whispered words too muffled to understand. I pulled into the next truck stop, a 24-hour place called Mountain View that sat perched on a hill overlooking the interstate. The parking lot was mostly empty, except for a few other semis and a lonely sedan near the diner, everything bathed in the cold blue glow of security lights that made the persistent drizzle look like static on an old television screen. I backed into a space where I could keep an eye on my trailer and climbed down to investigate, my boots splashing through puddles that reflected the neon signs in fractured ribbons of color. The trailer's exterior looked normal enough, no obvious signs of damage or tampering, but when I pressed my ear against the side panel, I definitely heard something moving inside. Not the random shifting of loose cargo, but deliberate movement, accompanied by sounds that made my skin crawl. There was breathing, definitely breathing, but it had a labored quality that spoke of distress or exertion. Underneath that, I caught fragments of what might have been conversation, multiple voices speaking in urgent whispers that felt too coherent to be coming from pharmaceutical supplies. My phone showed 3 missed calls from the Meridian facility, all within the last 10 minutes. When I called back, the thin man with the wire-rimmed glasses answered on the first ring, as if he'd been waiting by the phone. Driver Rivera, we've been monitoring your progress. Our sensors indicate some temperature fluctuations in your cargo. How are you proceeding? The fact that they could monitor my trailer's temperature remotely sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. Everything's running fine, I lied, watching my breath fog in the cold. Just stopped for a routine check? Good. Remember, time is absolutely critical. The specimens begin to show signs of accelerated development after prolonged exposure to suboptimal conditions. You must maintain your schedule. Accelerated development. The phrase echoed in my mind as I hung up and walked back toward my cab, but I stopped when I heard my name being called from inside the trailer. Not shouted, but spoken clearly in a voice that sounded disturbingly familiar. When I pressed my ear to the panel again, the voices inside had grown stronger, more distinct, and I realized with growing horror that one of them was definitely calling my name in a voice that sounded exactly like my own. Back in the cab, I tried to convince myself that exhaustion was playing tricks on my perception, that the stress of the unusual cargo and the late hour were combining to create auditory hallucinations. But the temperature spikes were becoming more frequent, and each one seemed to coincide with increased activity from whatever was in those crates. The voices were clearer now, emanating from the trailer with enough volume that I could hear them over the engine noise, and they were definitely having conversations. Worse, they seemed to be talking about me. "He's scared," said a voice that could have been my brother's if my brother hadn't died in a car accident 3 years ago. "He knows something's wrong, but he doesn't understand what—" "He will soon," replied another voice, this one sounding like my ex-wife Sarah, complete with the slight accent she'd picked up during her childhood in Georgia. "They always figure it out eventually, and when they do, they realize there's nowhere to run." I pressed harder on the accelerator, desperate to reach Sacramento and unload whatever nightmare I was carrying. But the temperature spikes were coming every few minutes now, and the voices were getting stronger with each fluctuation. They seemed to know things about me that no one should know, discussing memories I'd never shared with anyone, fears I'd never spoken aloud, dreams that haunted my sleep during the brief hours when I managed to find rest in truck stop bunks. The rain intensified as I approached the California border, heavy drops drumming against my windshield with increasing urgency while the wipers struggled to keep pace. Lightning flickered in the distance, brief illuminations that revealed the mountainous terrain in stark, momentary detail before plunging everything back into darkness. During one of these flashes, I caught sight of my reflection in the side window and nearly swerved off the road. The face looking back at me appeared older somehow, lined with wrinkles that hadn't been there when I'd started this run, my hair showing streaks of gray that definitely hadn't existed 12 hours ago. The voices from the trailer were no longer confined to whispers. They spoke in normal conversational tones now, discussing my life with the casual familiarity of old friends, but their knowledge went beyond anything that should have been possible. They knew about the promotion I'd been passed over for last month, about the recurring nightmare I'd been having since my father's death, about the letter I'd written to my estranged son but never sent. Most disturbing of all, they seemed to be aging through versions of my own life, starting with childhood memories and progressing forward with each temperature spike. By the time I reached the Sacramento facility, dawn was breaking gray and reluctant over the industrial district, and my hands looked unmistakably older as they gripped the steering wheel. The delivery dock was identical to the pickup location, the same stark architecture and narrow windows that revealed nothing of what lay inside. 2 men in white coats waited for me, but they weren't the same ones from Portland. These were younger, and they moved with the careful efficiency of people handling something dangerous. As they the way station that never opens. From Marcus. The CB crackled with static as I downshifted my Peterbilt, the familiar rumble of the diesel engine settling into a lower gear as the mandatory way station came into view. It was past midnight on Interstate 40, somewhere in the empty stretch between Flagstaff and Albuquerque, where the desert spreads out like a black ocean under the starless sky. The neon sign flickered weakly against the darkness, casting intermittent green light across the cracked asphalt of the inspection lanes. I'd been driving this route for 12 years, hauling electronics from Phoenix to Denver, and I knew every truck stop, every way station, every bend in the road like the lines on my weathered hands. This particular station had always struck me as odd, sitting alone in the middle of nowhere with its perpetually closed gates and dusty office windows. Most drivers ignored it, knowing it operated only during daylight hours. But tonight, something felt different about the way the overhead lights hummed and buzzed in the dry desert air. The electronic sign above the entrance displayed its usual message in amber letters. All trucks must enter when light is on. Tonight, for the first time in all my years of passing this lonely outpost, the light was on, casting an eerie glow across the empty inspection bays. My truck's headlights swept across the entrance as I approached, illuminating the familiar chain-link fence and the small concrete building that housed the way station office. I felt a strange pull, an inexplicable compulsion to follow the illuminated instruction that had beckoned countless other truckers during daylight hours. Perhaps it was curiosity, or maybe just the hypnotic effect of driving through the night. But I found myself guiding my rig toward the entrance, the 18 wheels crunching softly over scattered gravel and tumbleweeds that had collected against the fence line. The automatic gate, which I had never seen operational during my nighttime runs, lurched to life with a grinding mechanical sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the desert silence. It opened just wide enough for my truck to pass through, the metal sliding against its track with the shriek of hinges that hadn't been oiled in far too long. As I rolled forward onto the scale platform, the gate immediately began closing behind me, sealing shut with a definitive clang that reverberated through the cab and into my bones. The way station stretched before me like a small industrial complex, with 3 separate lanes leading to different inspection areas. Overhead, harsh fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered, creating an irregular strobe effect that made the shadows dance and shift around the concrete barriers. The office building sat dark and silent to my right, its windows reflecting nothing but the glare of the lights above, giving no indication that anyone was inside to operate the facility or explain why it had suddenly come to life in the dead of night. I tried the CB radio, hoping to reach another driver who might be passing by, but the airwaves filled with nothing but static and the occasional burst of unintelligible electronic noise. The engine idled beneath me, its steady rumble providing the only familiar sound in this strange nocturnal world of concrete and steel. I attempted to shift into gear and move forward, thinking perhaps the automated system would complete whatever mysterious process had drawn me here, but the truck wouldn't respond to the accelerator. Looking down at the dashboard, I noticed that all the gauges appeared normal, the engine was running smoothly, and the transmission wasn't showing any error codes. Yet when I pressed the gas pedal, nothing happened. The truck remained perfectly stationary on the scale platform, as if some invisible force was holding it in place. The air brakes hadn't been applied, the parking brake was released, and the wheels seemed free to turn, but the massive vehicle refused to move forward or backward despite the engine's steady power. The fluorescent lights above continued their erratic flickering, creating a rhythm that seemed almost intentional, like some sort of coded message or warning. In the intermittent darkness between the flashes, I began to notice movement around the perimeter of the way station. Shadows that seemed too purposeful to be caused by the swaying of the few scraggly desert plants that grew through cracks in the asphalt. These shadows moved with deliberation, circling the facility in patterns that defied explanation. I tried the door handle, thinking I might step outside to investigate the mechanical problem, or perhaps find a manual release for whatever was keeping the truck immobilized. The handle turned freely, the latch mechanism clicked as it always did, but the door wouldn't open. It wasn't stuck or jammed in the conventional sense, but rather seemed to be held shut by some external force, as if someone or something was pressing against it from the outside, keeping me trapped within the cab. The CB radio suddenly crackled to life, but instead of the familiar voices of other drivers, it emitted a low, continuous tone that seemed to synchronize with the flickering of the overhead lights. The tone would rise and fall in pitch, creating an almost melodic pattern that was both mesmerizing and deeply unsettling. Through the static, I occasionally heard what sounded like whispered conversations, too faint and distorted to understand, as if the radio was picking up communications from some distant and unknowable source. As the minutes stretched into what felt like hours, I began to notice that the shadows moving around the way station were growing bolder, coming closer to the truck, sometimes passing directly through the beams of my headlights without casting any reflection or obstruction. They moved like people, but with a fluidity that suggested they weren't entirely bound by the physical laws that governed everything else in this desolate place. The temperature inside the cab began to drop, despite the fact that the engine was running and the heater was functioning normally. My breath started forming small clouds in the air, and frost began to accumulate on the inside of the windshield, creating intricate crystalline patterns that seemed to form deliberate shapes and symbols rather than the random fractals typically created by freezing moisture. I tried everything I could think of to escape the inexplicable confinement. The radio wouldn't reach any emergency services. The cell phone showed no signal despite normally having coverage in this area, and even the satellite communication system that connected to my fleet management seemed to be completely non-functional. The truck's systems appeared to be working perfectly, yet I remained trapped on the scale platform with no way to move forward, backward, or even exit the vehicle. The whispers from the CB radio grew clearer as the night progressed, and I began to make out fragments of conversations that seemed to be coming from other drivers who had found themselves in similar situations. They spoke of being drawn to various locations, of lights that shouldn't have been on, of vehicles that wouldn't respond to their commands, and of shadows that moved with purpose through the darkness. Some of the voices seemed to be coming from locations hundreds of miles away, suggesting that whatever was happening here was part of something much larger and more widespread. As dawn approached, the fluorescent lights above began to flicker less frequently, and the shadows that had been circling the facility started to retreat toward the edges of the property. The mysterious tone from the CB radio gradually faded, replaced once again by static and silence. The frost on the windshield began to melt as the interior temperature slowly returned to normal, though the outside air was still cool from the desert night. Just as the first pale light of sunrise touched the eastern horizon, I heard the grinding sound of the entrance gate opening behind me. Simultaneously, the truck's engine responded to the accelerator as if nothing had ever been wrong, and I was able to roll forward off the scale platform and toward the exit lane. The door handle worked normally again, though I had no desire to step outside and investigate what had held me captive throughout the long night. As I drove away from the way station, I glanced back in my mirrors to see the facility returning to its familiar daytime appearance. The lights had shut off automatically. The office building looked abandoned as always, and the entrance gate had closed, displaying the standard daylight hours of operation on its weathered sign. Everything appeared exactly as it had for the 12 years I had been passing this location, as if the night's events had never occurred. But I knew what I had experienced, and I carried with me the knowledge that some places operate on schedules that have nothing to do with the posted hours of human convenience. The CB radio remained silent as I continued my journey toward Denver, though sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I still hear those whispered conversations from drivers who found themselves locked in places they never intended to stop, waiting for sunrise to set them free from obligations they never agreed to fulfill.